I want to say thank you to all of my Patreon supporters who help support the channel. Also, I want to say thank you to my Twitch subscribers. Help the channel out by donating or go to patreon.com. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to actually break down some things down to you guys. Let me turn the camera. All right, so I want to make sure I say this. Let's just do this. So I want to actually make sure I say this. I am not somebody who's anti-black. I'm not somebody who's anti-history. I'm anti heritage. Yeah, that's the word. I am somebody who literally feels like a student of all world fucking history. I am somebody who feels like I'm a student of learning the good and the bad that all the fucking humans have actually done throughout this motherfucking world. And do I admire things that my heritage has actually brought me? Yes. Did I do them? No. So I can't be proud of a heritage that I had no part in taking part of other than just existing. That being said, no, I'd like to actually be able to take history from peoples and groups that have actually struggled and actually made it where all the things have been against them. But one of the things that I hate about some people who take their heritage as if they did it is that they didn't fucking do it and they don't really understand the struggles of what happened with that heritage. They just like to cloak themselves in the heritage to say, I'm good because of my heritage and I don't care what skin color it is. It's still fucking cringe. If your claim to be great is because of the DNA mixture that you were born into, then you don't have much. And this is how I look at a lot of these political movements. I want us all to be fucking better. I want us all to move away from the hate. I want us to all move away from the slurs and the motherfucking insults for no reason. If you want to insult somebody for something that they're doing. But because it's the internet and as Michael said, outrage gets you clicks. This is where we're at. So let's cover this video. I had planned on doing some art with it, but my vision is fucked up for today. So I'm gonna work on some art tomorrow and this weekend. But let's actually hear this video. Just to set it up, I don't know what was the argument about, but I do know that they got into a little bit of kerfuffle on Twitter. And let's actually watch this. I know this is going to be a long video. I may have to break it up into parts, but let's watch this. Let's go.
Just again, sorry if I seem sluggish. I am.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. Afternoon or evening, depending on your time zone. On my end, this is another episode of Rico Rants, and I have with me Joe Lewis. And on his end, I don't know the name of your show. What you call what you do?
It's just my name. my show is my name.
The Joe Lewis Show.
Nothing fancy as of yet.
Okay, got any idea?
Great. So this is a warm-up talk.
Let's go. Name-wise, or
done.
I mean, for what it's worth, I didn't come up with mine. A friend of mine did when I was workshopping names, and my ideas were terrible. And then she was like, "What about Rico Rants?" And I was like, "That's fucking perfect."
Yeah, no, that works. It's short, sweet, to the point. 8 letters, no 9 actually. So
yeah. So with that said, let us begin with the topic discussion. It is with regards to, I guess, lived experience and the ability, anyone's ability to communicate it. Like from my understanding, you were saying that white liberals and leftists can't. They can't speak on as an authority on the black experience because on account of not being black. Like,
okay, so wow, that's what the conversation's about. That's what the conversation's about. That's what the conversation's about. I want to introduce you guys to a concept of human motherfucking empathy. I know, weird. I don't know to have to know the exact same pain that you went to understand that pain is fucking uncomfortable, and maybe we shouldn't put anybody through this shit. I just like, yeah, sure. See, just the idea of just saying that, oh, these people can't understand black people's pain is a little bit reductive. Also, it's low key racist. Thirdly, it's quite telling because you're saying that you can't understand other people's pain unless you experience it. Okay, let's. This is the shit that pisses me off about this brand of quote unquote liberation, because it's not liberation. It's motherfucking my feelings are hurt, which in all rights you can have fucking feelings that are hurt, but my feelings are hurt, and my feelings are hurt, and it's special. And oh god, let's see how this conversation goes.
Therefore, someone like Candace Owens would be better than any white leftist on that regard because she's actually a black woman. Am I correct in summarizing it as such?
A little bit. I think to clarify the kind of sort of explain where exactly I'm coming from. I think that because
Wait, did he just okay? And this is something that I've actually heard, and I even covered in my FD video. I will listen to Candace Owens over the black experience over a white liberal or white leftist. Which Candace Owens? I'm sorry, the Candace Owens that actually had a motherfucking NAACP lawsuit, who assisted her with a lawsuit against prejudice, or the Candace Owens that is literally out there making Thomas Stowell arguments, talking about how black people doing it themselves and always talking mad shit about black people. How she's like literally saying now there's no racism. Which Candace Owens? I'm sorry, when you're talking about this bullshit and you throwing shields for people that's using their blackness as a shield, I'm sorry. You're just trying to say that all black people think alike. We're all a monolith. And I'm sorry, dog. Because of this bullshit, we're not. We're not a fucking monolith. There are black people, I know, I have videos on them that say, "Yo, there's no racism," which is bullshit. And it goes back to that same fucking concept of empathy. What the fuck is empathy? What the fuck is empathy? You don't have to know, and I feel like I'm gonna be saying this so many times through this debate. You don't have to exactly understand, experience that particular type of pain to know what pain is. But let's go.
is how everybody's sort of positioned in society, people are going to be approaching it in different ways. And because we need, and I'm speaking just like, because black people need white people in these conversations, they need white people for legislation, they need white people for all these things. Black people can't do this on their own. That we need white folks to be able to understand the injustice claim that exists by being in the social position of black in the United States. And one of the things that I lament over is because of how our society is structured, none of our existences are contextualized in a way that's proper. So, and unfortunately, there's a lot more white people than there are black people. So,
Yeah.
in a lot of situations, they are the ones who are going to be the drivers of discussion and the drivers of discourse, just by virtue of how many they are in the United States. But if you have a sort of just racial understanding and racial history that you went through the K-12 system, you're going to come with a lot of insufficiencies. And this is true for black people. But because of the social position that white people are in, they're just going to end up being in different spaces. And I'm going to say better very loosely, but we probably get into like what that means a bit deeper.
I mean, like, dude, like, oh my god, okay, I get it. I fucking get it. There is racism that's happening in the fucking country. But you are not going to tell me there's some white person that's living in the Holland, Tennessee, that's living in Middle Tennessee, that's living in the backwoods of Kentucky, that's living in some of the poorest towns, even in places like here in Illinois, that they don't understand how to do, that they don't understand the fucking issue of being fucking broke, being impoverished, and not having any motherfucking power. I get that yeah, they don't have the additional burden of dealing with racism. But you cannot tell me that these people who deal with fucking pain, just like you, can't fucking understand what's going on with you. Fuck, let's go.
But the result of that is when you're looking to have the articulation of the injustice claim, the culture of how these discussions happen falls short. And because we need white people in these conversations, and white people, because of their social position, are in positions to push legislation, push policy, push the culture, they tend to fall short.
One does not. One does marvel at the level of lying Republican double thinks in the standards. There is no such thing as chattel. There is no such thing in chattel slavery as skills that can be used by slaves for their personal benefit. Any Republican that dares to argue otherwise should be a slave for a few months, and the lesson might sink in. Edited to add, this is such a thing discussed. This is a thinly disguised attempt to bring back old pro-slavery apologetics. At least we converted them to Christian. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you said slavery and Christianity. You said the same word twice. Let's go.
Of course. Like in that regard, with regards to like lived experiences and such, I did want to ask you, do you? Because I had an argument with someone else before who made the claim that like black people experience racism, but not just systemically, but interpersonally in every aspect of their lives. And I want to ask if you feel the same, because what I said to that person was like, not really, like not exactly. You know what I mean? We don't have the exact same experience. You know what I mean? We don't. Like, for example, just using Candace Owens' example, she actually experienced racism before. That was one of the first things you learn about her, is that she was discriminated against, and she sued and won her discrimination claim. If I recall, it was something about rent or some shit. I don't remember the exact details, but she experienced it and subsequently sued and won as a result of that. Whereas, I look at myself, I'm like, I've never experienced racism to that extent or to any real extent, and I for damn sure never had to sue anybody because of discrimination. You know what I mean? So it's like, but that person just completely disregarded my claim, my experience, because their foundational understanding is that we all experience that both systemic and interpersonal racism. And I'm like, but we don't. Not all of us, and not to the.
And the thing about it is, what Rico was saying here is totally right. Each person has their own lived experience. Some people more, some people less. My experience is that I lived out in the suburbs of Chicago versus the city of Chicago. Things and different jobs that I've actually had to do may be different from what other people's have. The fact that I'm 40 and I was part of the first generation to be online, and not only that, I was part of the generation, I actually had a computer in my home versus people in my neighborhood who didn't have a computer in their home. So I was able to interact with more and more people across the country. It's all about a difference. But again, so many people like Joe Lewis actually has this whole mindset. Black people are monoliths. But their experiences are the same. Like, no, fuck, dude. Okay. All right, let's go.
Not to the exact same extent. Like, are you? That's the point I was trying to make to them. So I want to ask them, like, do you feel the same, or?
Yeah, I mean, like, we can just be honest. America defaults to treating black people like garbage, and it defaults to treating non-white people like garbage. And while and what I mean by garbage is that garbage is in different ways. Garbage can be an empty can on the side of the road, and garbage can be a trash heap. And the problem is with these experiences of being treated like garbage, you're going to adopt different survival mechanisms when dealing with those type of injustices. Wow.
And you know what? This is true. This is exactly true. There are some people that are treated very specific ways, and then they adopt things like, I don't know, being a little bit more antagonistic about things. The whole idea of just, yeah, no, that's something that is true. People survive different. People think differently. I know that when it comes to things that really piss me off, I'm not somebody who can allow myself to get mad. I know I'm not. I always have to think rationally. Maybe that's my coping mechanism. That is true. So let's go.
Some like one person might feel like somebody, for instance, belittling them in a way that's like sort of we'll say gratuitous, might not feel like something that's that's a big deal, but for somebody else it might not.
Shit.
And what happened?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. You keep going. Just give me 1 second.
There you go. And I don't know if I'm going or not, but yeah, like another thing with that is when we're trying to understand people better, we gotta for me we have to default in that understanding that America just treats black people, and you can expand that to say non-white people, like garbage, and that's just going to be in different variations. And my desire is to be able to change, especially the cultural institutions, but also alongside the judicial and legislative, where that's not the case anymore. Like,
all right, so here I give you that. I give you. America treats a lot of people like garbage, and they treat Hispanic people like garbage, Latino people like garbage. They treat black people like garbage. They treat natives like garbage, and they treat anybody who's not fucking rich like garbage. And I'm definitely not saying that they're all equal in the what amount of garbage. I think we can all agree with that. But the problem with rhetoric like this is simple. When you feed into this, like, I won't get shit for this. I know that it's the whole thing about no. What do you mean if black people get power, they're not gonna want revenge? If you listen to the undertones of some of these people when they make this argument, yes, they're looking for revenge. They're looking for revenge. And like I get it. Fuck. I've actually had to deal with a lot of political growth, a lot of political evaluations of my surroundings, but a lot of people want motherfucking revenge because they're still hurt and their pain is hurting to them. And for you to actually say, yo, let's not, let's try to work together with, you know, you know, almost like a rainbow coalition. Let's work all together. And you know what? The only motherfucking thing you need to be part of this rainbow coalition is if you've been treated poorly by the system, whether it's racial bigotry or economic bigotry. Let's all fucking work together to make shit better. I don't know. It's not like it's been tried before, right? It's not like it's been tried in a major city, right? And like led to like the free breakfast and lunch program. It's a national motherfucking program. Oh wait, yeah. It's all that whole retribution justice instead of rehabilitation thing. Yeah, no. They want retribution. And it may not be the, you know, give them new long neckties, but they want retributions, even if it's just as simple as humiliation. But let's go.
We're not going to de facto get, we're not going to do, not de facto, we're not going to like wholesale get rid of these things overnight. It's going to take a long process. And something that frustrates me is that it always seems to be that the way that we deal with the garbage treatment scenario is through time and general apathy. And that apathy then tends to the people adopting things like meritocracy, individualism, and stuff like that, where I think like a more collectivist approach would be probably better for most.
So let's just talk about the myth of meritocracy. Yeah, it's a fucking myth. And it was a myth that was created by people that were a little bit more well-to-do. It actually was one of those things where it's just like, yeah, it was like romanticism. You never really thought it was gonna, like, it was a joke that people was like, oh yeah, let's believe this bullshit. Like,
and then people start believing this bullshit. But yeah, no, the meritocracy, like literally the guy who wrote about it was like, yeah, no, the richer parents they actually because they were richer, they were able to hire tutors for their kids, and their kids get better than the poor people. But meritocracy, right? Let's go. Let's go a little bit further. Skip ahead just a little bit.
Getting pushed against.
All right,
Like my job
Sure.
is it's a remote job.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sure.
I basically my workload is whatever comes. You know what I mean? I get emails and phone calls. I have to do some meetings, blah 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 blah. But he doesn't say he pretty much gives me the freedom to do whatever I want.
Sure.
Whatever, you know what I mean? But if he
Next, in this case, I would say in the United States, that's going to be black people.
Hey, what's up? Thanks, Ice. Wow, Ice. Thanks, Icon. Wow. I need to actually get some sleep later.
Indigenous people, disabled, etc.
Yeah, that's one thing, right? If you want to talk about a specific characteristic that others can't ever really understand, even if they read about it, in an academic sense, you know what I mean, or if they hear about it from others, like say again being disabled and whatnot. Like I will never know what that's like. With how our country just doesn't give a shit about disabled people, like people who.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing that tweet that he did. Yeah, next time I get stabbed, I'm not gonna go to a doctor. I'm gonna go to somebody else who's got stabbed. Like, yeah, okay, let's go.
Can't walk, for example, like there's no ramps, this, that, and the third. Even though I sympathize and empathize with that situation, and I'm like, hey, yeah, let's put ramps everywhere for these people. I can't know what that's like because I'm able-bodied. I'm still able to move around and such. But my contention and question to you is, what does that have to do with skin color? Because the foundation of the argument, at least on Twitter, is basically that white leftists can't understand Candace Owens. But I'm like, what specifically? Wow, Stuart. What specifically qualifies Candace Owens to be able? What is so inherently unique to Candace Owens that other people can't understand, like outside of her skin color? Like, really?
Because the social position of blackness is not the same as anything else that we've had in American history. Like,
Okay, and this is the bullshit that I fucking hate. Oh my god. Okay. Fuck. Okay. I get that our motherfucking our history that we have as black people is just like really, really unique. It's unique. It's unique. I mean, like no other culture in America has actually been, forced from their land, betrayed time and time and again by the U.S. government, live in places where they can't get clean drinking water. I mean, like, no other culture has actually dealt with that. Like, no other country across the motherfucking world has ever, I don't know, had their children stolen or been forced to go to specific, schools that's like residents or something like that. No other culture has actually faced prejudice. I know I'm being hyperbolic, but this shit is stupid. This shit is really, really fucking stupid. And you are taking pride in the fact that I got depressed more than anybody. Why would you do that? Say that we made it past this, but you know what? Fuck, I want to make sure nobody, black, white, brown, anything, is never have to experience that again. And this is where these people lose me, because they say I'm special. Motherfucker, you weren't the ones going through slavery. You weren't there. Motherfucker, somebody say something wrong to you on the motherfucking internet, you block them on Twitter. That's my problem with a lot of these motherfuckers. It is really just because they want to take pride in it. but they don't want to deal with the fucking consequence of what that really means. But let's go.
Black people are put in a precarious position that we're no longer in this position. And in a lot of contexts, it's not about skin color. It's about the social position that's associated with being clocked as a member of that group. So what that looks like in practice is that while you can understand like the social positions and you can have a very good understanding about the history and things that come with Black death, Black trauma, Black harm, you're never going to be able to understand the complications and contradictions. Because it's one thing.
Okay, what are those complications and contradictions?
One thing to see, for example, able to see and be able to see and read and understand, like, oh, like, yeah, there's Black people in prison, Black people are getting brutalized by the police, Black people are otherized in these particular contexts. However, it's another thing to understand the complications and the contradictions, and just active activity of living as a member of that identifiable group. And
well, that's the thing I don't get though, right? Is what is that? Because it's just look. What the question is, what is so unique to us that other people can't experience? Because I'm like, poverty. Everybody understands poverty if you lived in poverty.
That's a fucking great question. That is a fucking great question. Thank you, Rico. Thank you.
Fucking
Yeah.
being brutalized or abused by the police. You find me a demographic that hasn't experienced that.
But but we know that white people who are poor still have homes disproportionately in the Black population. And then if you are somebody who is of poverty and you are white of poverty.
Wait, what? Wait, what? I'm. Wait. Oh, okay. Maybe I didn't get that, but what? He's saying poor white people have homes, which is fine. That is true, but like, do you know the quality of those homes, dude? I mean, like, I'm not one to use like the easy go to stereotype, but like you're not. It's something called. Oh, sorry about that. It's something called trailer park, and they're not the best motherfucking places for people. Like, I. Oh, okay. Let's go.
Poverty, you will never be able to connect your white poverty as it relates to Black poverty because that is a different lived experience.
That's what I'm trying to say. So that's how it's like. What's the difference between white poverty and Black poverty?
The relationship with the institutions. Like, there's a reason why white people received the benefit that they did in the United States. That's because the relationship with the institutions as it relates to the social position of being white is different. And there's a bunch of examples that point to that,
The examples being
they're different. Cool, great. So again, like, he's just trying to say they're worse. Just say that they're worse and back up that fucking claim. Cool. If you think that they're worse, say that they're worse and back that up. I have no problem if you feel that it's worse and you can give your explanation about it's worse. Say that. Say that. Stop trying to dance around the fucking point. All right, let's go.
And that, like, just as an example, like the 9/11 GI Bill, Black people weren't allowed to use it for the longest time.
Yep.
After its conception and whatnot, but eventually we were. So
that's not necessarily the case, because
what do you mean?
So maybe this is something to parse out, where it's like, why do you think Black people were excluded?
Because we were Black, but that was.
I firmly disagree. It's because of the social position that exists by being Black within that institution.
What the fuck? Just because you say more words doesn't mean that they're fucking different, dog. If I have in my hand my earbud case and I say the positioning of this earbud case is three motherfucking a foot and a half away from my camera, and enclosed in phalanges. It's still the same thing as saying, I have my earbud case in my hand. This is still the goddamn same thing. Stop with this. You're trying to sound more intellectual than what you are. God damn it. Stop. This is why this is why Icon said I need to drink. Wow.
Because we're far beyond like this idea. We're far beyond the idea that people are actively discriminating against because by virtue of their blackness. And if you believe that that's the case, then you have to point to particular examples. For instance, the grandfather clause is not. People think that black people are discriminated.
He did not just say that bullshit. He did not just say that bullshit. Literally, you dumb motherfucker. The reason why the shit was like that. He even brings up the grandfather clause, talking about, it's because of this. Like, no, they legally had to make it where the laws didn't sound discriminatory. And so they use legal fucking ease to motherfucking try to justify because black. It's just that fucking simple. It's just that fucking simple. Maybe I'm not this big charitable and like to see people in the best motherfucking light. Like, no. Rico, nail him on this bullshit. Please nail him on this bullshit. Please nail him on this bullshit.
Because they were black, and that's why the grandfather clause was racist. The grandfather clause was not racist because of skin color. It was racist because it targeted the social position that black people were in, was that they didn't have grandparents that could read. So
yeah, because black people couldn't read. It's just that fucking simple. It is literally that fucking simple. Oh my god, do people really think this motherfucker's an intellectual? It was because they were black, you dumbass. Okay.
So, and then when you look at the social position of white people in that context, they were allowed to read by virtue of the benefits of being a member of that social position.
Yeah,
not because they were white, but the social position that exists within that.
Well, we weren't allowed to learn how to read because we were black. We weren't allowed to go. The reason why, as it stands, like just another example.
Okay, he did nail him on it. Get garbity good. Yeah.
Example why so many black people don't know how to swim is because we were barred from pools, because we were from public pools, because we were black. I'm sure you know about how they used to throw acid in the pools when we tried. You know what I mean? It's because we were black. Like you are between like you're putting the cart before the horse here. Like, no, the reasons why, which led to the things like why black people, what caused the generational issue of black people not knowing how to swim is because when we tried, we were punished for it, barred from it, because we were black. And now subsequently most black people don't know how to swim.
Social positions lead to consequences in relationships.
If you say social, I swear to God, I do have some motherfucking rum in there. I think that I may special occasion. No, Joe, what he's talking about is the fact that, well, because we're in this social class, like, no, motherfucker, people were just being fucking racist. He is literally starting to build a Candace Owens light commentary around what he's saying.
That, like, you're describing exactly my point, where it's not because people were black, it's because of the social position associated with that. And with blackness in the United States for an incredibly long time was being associated as less than human. And because we were associated by virtue of our skin color and our relationship and what we were perceived as less than human. And by the perception of being less than human, that leads to an engagement and an idea of what that social position means. And time again, and over and across history, the contextualization of that, hey, black people are people, that was the contention. So as these things are eroding, the social position is changing. That's why when you look at the state of play that we're at today, you don't have to target black people because they're black. That was a very small sliver of history, but it's more about the lineage that comes with that.
No, fuck, no. I don't get this shit. Like, is he not realizing that yes, you can't legally write down in the law, we don't want this person to do this because they're black? But like that North Carolina, that Supreme Court, North Carolina, that law that was struck down. It wasn't, oh yeah, we're gonna, we wanted to draw the maps in this particular way because it was like, no, they did it because they were black. The architect of the law was like, what ID that black people couldn't have. This is still legally going on, and they're trying to find ways around it. He can't be this stupid. He can't be this stupid. Oh my God, he cannot be this fucking stupid to think that, oh, it's the social position and because, like, no. Because some people still have hatred because of fucking skin color. I know, weird, right? It's fucking weird when you say it out loud. Some people have hatred because of skin color. Damn. Let's go.
Because you can target legislation and different things because of that lineage that exists within the ethnicity of blackness in the United States.
Yeah, well, no, and I get what you're saying. It's no, I mean, they figured it out. I can't remember which politician said it, but it was basically along the lines of, we can't say the N-word anymore. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? We have to reframe how we still target black people, like with regards to the drug war.
Exactly my point. Oh my God. Fucking what's the name? Whatever the fuck he was, Atwater. This is exactly what Atwater was saying. Being decimated as people did not stop the discrimination. I hope he's not arguing what I think he is, because what I'm hearing is it is nonsense. Joe Louis is literally arguing, oh, because of the position of being socially black. Like, no, motherfucker. Like, literally, you are falling for the bullshit where Atwater was saying that we can't come out and call these people the N-word. We have to say, we have to hide it in this, and then hide it in that, and hide it in this. You are falling for the bullshit. But, alright, let's go. If you haven't done so already, please like the stream.
Or, you know what I mean? They associated that with black people, but they didn't say explicitly that they were targeting black people. I mean, eventually someone did. I think it was someone in Nixon's administration saying straight up that they wanted to go after the specific people that were that he believed to be a threat to his administration, black people, hippies, so on and so forth. But you can't target black people specifically anymore at that time and going forward. So what they do is they attack
euphemisms
where we are. You know what I mean? They attack our social standing as that was caused due to generational what's the word I'm looking for? Basically, just the social position. They're targeting the social position that was created back when it was explicitly because we were black. You know what I mean? Like like again, there's nothing inherent to us is what I'm saying. Like black people, when I brought up the swimming thing, the idea that like being black does not mean we can't ever learn how to swim, or we don't know how to swim.
Right.
But we don't know how to swim because when we tried, we were banned. You know, we were attacked for it, and thus creating the generational lack of knowledge of how to swim.
It's like the bullshit about, maybe you shouldn't do this. And by the way, God said cut off your foreskin. Wait, what? God said cut off your foreskin. Why should I do this? Because you won't touch yourself. Wait, what? What? No, fuck that. I said cut off your foreskin so you won't touch yourself. And by the way, God said it. So the first few people that shit don't work on, let them start telling kids and shit, and it becomes reinforced, and it's no longer don't cut off your foreskin because God because I just don't want to touch yourself. It's because God said it. That's literally what this shit is. You've obfuscated the real fucking reason to, oh, it's about the social position of black people. No, it's because people have hatred and fear because of a fucking skin tone. God, okay.
I'll put it in another way that maybe you'll understand. That, like, why do you think?
And this whole shit, like, and then I'm gonna say this. Well, if you really understood, if you really was listening, then you agree with me. No, dude, no, just we don't agree with you. But let's go.
There's so many black people in the NBA. Is it because of their blackness, or because of like something inherently that they're athletic? No, absolutely not. But it's not a coincidence that you'll find basketball courts in urban centers all across the country, and they in some situations they're outnumbered from people anywhere from 5 to 1 to 10 to 1. That, like, if you're in New York City, you're gonna find a basketball court everywhere, but you're not gonna find an ice rink. You're not gonna find a swimming pool. You're not gonna find a
You also find baseball diamonds everywhere. I don't know about this motherfucker where he lives, but if there's a basketball court, there's a baseball court, there's a baseball diamond, and a tennis court in every big motherfucking park that we have. Every park. Like, I literally live around an area where it's like the soccer fields. I would say more. Yeah, yeah. No, like literally in. I live over by the lakefront. There's a fucking Chicago Park District golf course. Two of them actually. Matter of fact, there are for every motherfucking basketball court. There's a baseball diamond. I this. Oh, oh God. It's this selective survivorship bias bullshit. But let's go.
you're not gonna God, if you find a roller rink, you're lucky. But
Yeah,
after
for sure.
1970,
But that's because roller rinks fell out of. Oh, wow. Volleyball, yeah. Okay.
and then what happens is, because of how segregated the country is, that creates its own outcome. It basically creates itself. Because if you are looking to, for instance, be a baseball player, right? You're like, I really like baseball. I want to play baseball. You're going to need some level of resource that isn't quite tangible at first. Like, you can get a bat, you can get a ball, you can get a glove. But if you are in the city and you live in a city, you're going to have to take additional steps to make sure that you can cultivate this activity. And basically what politicians all the way to
Fuck no. Oh my God. Damn it. I live in Chicago. We have a fucking park district. We have a park district that has baseball, that has fucking. As a matter of fact, I will correct that. We have more softball teams than anything because Chicago. But no, what the fuck is he talking about? Oh God, damn it! He's fucking stupid. When faced with a choice, the motherfucking answer that takes the least amounts of assumptions is generally the right answer.
city planners were very meticulous about is that they allowed these things to perpetuate themselves. Where if we had a situation where there were baseball fields on every corner of urban centers, you're going to see a lot of black people being baseball players. Nothing to do because they're black, but because of the social position that they're put in, the social position of certain things that are accessible, certain things that aren't accessible. Because even in the
Yeah. I really want to talk to this cat. I really want to talk to this cat. I get it, and you know, for as poignant with topics Rico is on Twitter. When he's talking with somebody, he's pretty chill. He lets them say their piece, and he does not real call them out on a bullshit type thing. I can actually say that. I've seen conversations that he's had. We've had a conversation on stream, but yeah, no, like this shit is here. Let's see. What did Joe send us? Here. Finally, a strip mall that can handle your complete descent to rock bottom. Okay, man, okay. All right, let's go. You can make the argument that poor communities lacking access to coaching because good coaches follow the dollar, but the lack of access to courts is just it's very, very, very dumb, very dumb. All right, let's go. It doesn't. It doesn't. He's literally talking about. He's literally pulling shit out of his ass.
In the face of we don't want these darkies in our pools, they just close the pool down.
As a matter of fact, I learned how to swim, and I will say this: I actually did learn how to swim because I live a few miles from where I grew up. I learned how to swim by going to a high school swimming pool. It was Simeon back in the 90s. That's how I learned how to swim because I learned at a high school pool during the summer and shit like that.
And then, like, and sure, that's going to hurt white folks, but white folks will then just go to the gym. White folks will then just go to the private pool in their community, and that's because it was constructed in such a way where that idea, the very idea of having access to recreational goods, was an asset of that social position that wasn't available for other groups.
Well, that's what I'm saying, and it goes back to the point that I made with regards to the pools, that the generational result of barring us from pools is we don't know how to swim. We can't swim. We don't know how to. There's nothing inherent to us not being able to swim. We can obviously learn. You know, I mean, I learned and such, but it's like,
and that's a contradiction, right? Because then, like, if you are somebody who is, I didn't mean to cut you off there, by the way. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because, like, let's say, like, you don't know anything about anything. Like, you just know, like, your existence. And then you see all these black folks that don't swim are afraid of water. And it's like, why do my black friends not want to go to the beach? Like, why do my black friends never want to go to these things? Like, I have a swimming pool, and they just didn't want to use it. It was really bizarre. And then if nobody contextualizes that existence, you're not going to know that, like, yo, this is something that was inherited by virtue of the social position. Because
no, it wasn't fucking inherited. Oh my god, it wasn't fucking inherited. Oh my god, it did. Literally, motherfuckers just didn't want black people in the swimming pool. That's it. And for you to actually say, "Oh, it's about the social position," no, it was motherfucking racist. That, you know, when some people actually thought that, like, somebody's blackness could rub off on them. That's how ignorant this shit was. It wasn't about, the poorness is going to get on me. They literally thought the melanin off of somebody else's skin is going to get on them. Yes, that's how stupid America is with teaching science. And it hasn't improved much. Joe. We know, my friend. We know. I'm with you too, but yeah.
Because if your grandparents didn't swim and your parents didn't swim, and there's no contextualization of why you don't swim, then of course then you're not going to swim. But then what happens is, like, for
that goes to Rico's point about it being, hey, my grandparents couldn't swim because they weren't allowed in the pool because they were black, and then they didn't teach my parents. And then now they didn't teach me, like, dude, it has nothing to do with the social position of you. Like, dude, there are rich people that don't know how to fucking swim. I would think socioeconomics actually proves it's the fact that, hey, We weren't taught that. And look, I will be the first motherfucker. Going back to early what I said. Like, I grew up in the fucking 90s. I grew up in a point where it was hard to actually have internet and computers in the home. I literally was doing AT&T, and like I may have got in trouble a few times by like being on the internet for like hours on end, but that's because it was not because it was a black thing that black people didn't like technology. No, but because in the neighborhood I grew up in was poor as shit. I grew up in Auburn, Gresham in the 90s. And the thing about it is, it had nothing to do with the social position. It was the fact that a lot of black people couldn't actually get the brand new technology because we were kept out of fucking jobs because we were black. That's it. Fuck. It isn't something you socially inherit per se. More so are affected by your economic position and across the to access to water and training your community. Exactly. Oh, okay. Yeah, androids can't float. Yeah, let's go.
For black folks is that because we're engaging with these contradictions, with these issues directly, we basically have to ask questions and try to come to answers. So
there's one thing I really need to understand is what is the contradiction? That's what I'm trying. What is contradicting what? That's what I need to understand.
There's nothing inherent to black people that says we can't swim. That's a contradiction. So
that's not a contradiction, you dumb fuck. That's a fact. You know that, okay, for those of you guys who watch Dragon Ball Z Abridged, it's like that conversation Frieza was having with Goku. It's like it's just like you're using words that you heard to try to make yourself sound smarter. There is no contradiction. Oh God.
If you are are living in a world where you see no black people swim, you might come to the conclusion, if you haven't seen black people swim your entire life, they don't like swimming. Which
we have black people in countries where it's this thing that happens every 4 years. It's called the Olympics. There are people who are black that swim for the Olympics. What? No. We have the Pan American Games. I know. What are you like? What in the green sage are you smoking to believe that you don't see black people swimming? Like, I don't know. Like, it'd be different if we were having this conversation literally in the 90s where we didn't have the internet. All right, let's go.
Means they don't like anything that's associated with swimming, not only recreational but competitive in the sports complex. So then if you see in an urban center, in an urban population, that there's a bunch of black people, like my school is disproportionately black, and my disproportionately black school, none of the black kids can swim. What value is there from even like appealing to have a pool in the school in the first place?
I learned how to swim in the public school pool right in the middle of West Inglewood. In the middle of West Inglewood, I learned how to swim. I live in Chicago. We sit on a motherfucking inland sea over here. People know how to swim. It's like this motherfucker is making hasty generalizations, all to prove a point. of some social ailment or social position to say that it's not because you black, but it's really because you black. What the fuck, man? All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Why
Yeah,
not have
well,
something if they have access?
there's no contradiction there. It's just given the context, there's no contradiction. It's just if anything, it's completely a completely consistent linear progression that we were barred from swimming forever, and as a result, even after we became allowed to swim publicly, we just don't try anymore. We don't even care. We don't even care to try. There's no contradiction. That's completely linear progression.
Right, but that linear progression can lead to poor conclusions if you're looking to try to rectify that from a policy perspective.
That still doesn't equate fucking contradictions. That doesn't equate contradictions. That doesn't equate contradictions. You can come up with a poor conclusion from the evidence that you have, but that does not equate contradictions. Here.
You keep using the word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Because again, like if you see your,
oh yeah, of course. There are people who will definitely assume, like, if they come to the wrong conclusion based on of like they only know because people do this all the time. With regards to they'll see black people don't know how to swim, so they assume black people just inherently can't swim. A lot of race scientists come to conclusions like that all the fucking time. They don't care about the context that led to it.
Like the concept of IQ and all that other good bullshit. We just know that it's bullshit and based off of wealth versus actual brain working type thingies. Yeah, I know. I'm tired. Let's go.
They look at the now and extrapolate from there, and they're just like, this is inherent to them. They just don't know how to swim. They just can't. They don't know how to. They can't. That's wrong, of course.
Yeah,
but
and there's even. Oh, go for it. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And the point that I'm trying to make here is that you have access to different things because of your social position. Like something that confuses a lot, like for a lot of uneducated musicians, as they're coming into understanding music, they look at the black church and go, how is somebody like Corey Henry so talented? Why are all these black musicians being able to play all this complicated music, but they don't know anything about reading? They don't know anything about they don't know about Beethoven. They don't know about
Do you guys get the feeling that like a lot of these assumptions that Joe Lewis is throwing out is kind of, I don't know. I've never heard people say that they can't read music. Like, what the fuck? Why are you throwing out these assumptions? Who is saying these assumptions? Where do you hear this bullshit from? Are these your assumptions? Let's go.
Wagner. They don't know about Ockeghem, and it's like the reality is that they weren't granted that by the existence of the social position.
Yeah,
because like, when it comes to musicianship, because when it comes to musicianship, like black people and the tradition of the black church is that every day you have access to drums, you have access to keyboards, you have access to the organ, and you have access to these things in a way that isn't connected with the way that white people have been when they're exposed to this as an art form.
Yeah.
I just thought about something. Did he just say that people play music without being able to read music? He does know. Like, I was on church for like 18 years of my life. He does know that the hymnals actually had sheet music, right? He hears it from other. Wait! Fuck! Wait! What? I just got that. Does he think that black people can't play the drums because of drumline? That wasn't a documentary, dog. Like that. Oh God! Oh God! This man says that black people can't read music, but they play really good. Did he get that from Drumline? Wait, what? Wait, what? He can't believe that bullshit. Oh, 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 oh. Okay, okay, okay. All right, let's go.
Because it's one
No,
thing to say, yeah.
there are people who are, I would say, attached to the notion that there's an inherent need to know all of this stuff before you can engage in the activity itself.
Right.
Wait, but that would mean that just going back to that, like, there are people who can't read music from all stripes of life. They can actually pick up a percussion set and actually go for it. That there are people who can actually learn from. There are people who can actually learn from just the meticulousness of pattern recognition and practicing. You cannot play a piano without understanding sheet music. You can't go from song to song to song to song and song without learning sheet music. You cannot play like, even with blues, even with woodwind instruments, you still need to actually know how to read music. No, we know Stevie Wonder can't read music. We know he can't because there's no way he can read music. And you know what? It's not like, Stevie Wonder has things like Braille. But yeah. Oh, fuck this man. Let's go.
People who they are attached to that notion because they take pride in their own knowledge of these things. So then when they look at people who have none of that knowledge, but all of the skill, it invalidates the knowledge that they gained at that point. It creates the question of, did I really need to learn all this to still be able to learn how to play an instrument? Did I really need to know all of this? You know what I mean? That's all that is.
No, but
this is true. It's the fact of setting artificial barriers to say that if you don't know this, then you can't learn that. And you know what? When people actually look at it, like, damn, you know what? They're right. I don't need to have this artificial barrier to learn or play what I want to learn. I used to think, back 10 years ago, that because I didn't practice every day and I didn't go to art school, that I couldn't actually work on my art the way I wanted to work on my art. Until I realized something. Like, I used to see people and it was like, oh, this is just trash art. This is just art that I can do in 5 minutes. And then I just had to realize, like, wait a minute. Where is it for me to say somebody's art is trash? They have an audience. People actually like the things that they do. Where is it in my place to say this is trash? Why don't I just take what I want to do and just experiment with it? And a lot of people who feel that, you know what, this person can't do this person can't do that, this person hasn't done this, they haven't paid their dues, they haven't paid the tithe, but there are others of us who say, like, you know what, maybe paying those dues are bullshit. Sheet music also teaches you to the Ruthens to play in, and this guy's fucking stupid. Yeah, rhythm. Yeah. What's up, Rico? You went too soft on this man. Beethoven was pretty damn deaf and still could. Yeah, Beethoven literally was. That's the thing. People hold him in high regards now. People say, like, no, Beethoven is motherfucking the great. Like, he was a rebel of his time. That's the bullshit. Like, he was the rebel of his time. Shakespeare, that was just trash theater. The point of this bullshit is that it's just It's just bullshit. It's just bullshit. Oh God, let's go. Sorry about that. Let's go. I get the point that white people have racist assumptions concerning black people, but all of this can be solved by white people understanding historical context, not only having the not only by having a black experience. Exactly. Um, and you know, and then Rico, look, I know I'm not shitting on you about being polite. You can get these people to talk to you. This is the reason why I only get antagonistic chats with people. Hey, it's cool. It's cool. Shakespeare is trashier than, if I'm honest. Yeah, of course. Although the shit that's supposed to be like serious, that's just trash. Like I love Taming of the Shrew. I love all the iterations of Taming of the Shrew there are. It's fucking awesome, and people don't give Shakespeare a lot of credit for that one. A Midsummer Night's Dream was fucking awesome. I love those motherfuckers, but yeah, no, that's just me. That's just me. But let's go.
Like, with that being said, like, you'll run into situations where you'll be like, how are some of these individuals so talented? And we see this in music as an example. There's some of the best musicians in the world do not have traditional educational backgrounds when it comes to learning music. And then every once in a while we run into those individuals, and then it paints this, and then like when you say, hey, you don't need a traditional music education to be able to play and express music at a high level, people look at you like you have five heads. And then they go like, well, what about John Mayer? John Mayer was predominantly self-taught. and even when he went to Berkeley, he dropped out. Lenny Kravitz famously did not go to music school, if I'm remembering correctly. And then you get like multiple. That's what I mean. I'm saying contradictions. You get multiple contradictions of what the status quo is establishing, what you must do for these activities.
But okay. God damn it! And let's not forget the fucking Mr. P on you rapist was self-taught too. Like I get that, but that has nothing to do with, and this is the shit that I'm talking about. This focus on, hey, yo, it's because they're black that they're great musicians. No, some people just have these talents, and I get it. I fucking get it. You want to claim them because they look like you, they share some of the same cultures, but what about the other people that's outside of your culture that can do the same thing? It's their fucking talent. It is their talent. And yes, they may have had some things that will motherfucking transpose. You may share some similar things. But to say this is because of unique black experience is kind of shitting on the people who's not black that can still do it too. And this is the shit that I hate because it takes away from their talent and it puts it to some amorphous monolithic group. That's not always good, man. All right, let's go.
Where, and then like, for example, Tony Gonzalez, or was it Tony Gonzalez? It was some football player's name I'm not remembering, but they did not. Antonio Gates, he didn't know football until he was in the NFL. and like, he didn't know what the position that he ended up being one of the top 10, 15 tight ends in the NFL, and he came from a basketball background. And then what happens is, like, if you say like, oh, you need to go through you need to like start from Pee Wee League and do X, Y, and Z, and then you have multiple people who are just like, I picked this up by just being here. It just kind of happened. And we're seeing that now as an example of that contradiction, which is that you don't need to play your entire life in playing football in order to be good at football. And that,
but like was asked in the chat, what the fuck does this have to do with life experience, dog? Like, what does this have to do about life experience? What does it have to do? One of my favorite artists, and if you haven't watched it, the 1,000-Year Blood War, oh, it's fucking magnificent. I've actually read the full manga, but Tai Kubo, he actually put down his manga pen for a while in his 20s and picked it back up, and motherfucking we have Bleach and Burn the Witch. Just like it's not a contradiction. That's not what that means. That's
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
That
Yeah.
flips it completely on its head, and then people look at that and go like, "Well, that's not true." And it's like, tell that to the rugby players. Like, there's a reason why the NFL is like pursuing rugby players. There's a reason for that, because these tools are a little bit more unique and complicated.
Yeah, it's just I'm not seeing any contradiction here.
but you'll see people that would play rugby and soccer. You'll see people that play basketball and handball. Like, you'll see people that play basketball and motherfucking goddamn volleyball. Which, okay, granted, basketball and volleyball have more in common than what a lot of people think it does, including the same motherfucking inventor. But I digress.
It's there isn't. It's just people again attached to the idea that you need the tradition. It's because of what they went through. You know what I mean? I'm sure you understand the how people all the time will be like, you know, I have the mindset that I went through this, you should too. Like, you can't do this unless you do what I did. And it's like, but you're wrong. You're just wrong. It's not so much of a contradiction as you're just wrong. I don't need that traditional education. I don't need to know who the fuck Beethoven is. I don't need any of these things. Like, even on the left, a lot of people be like, I need to study Karl Marx and this, that, and the third to understand. Like we call them theory nerds of sorts, where you need to understand theory to contextualize, understand society as it all. And I'm like, but you don't. I can look at just I don't need hundreds of years of history to understand.
While I think that knowledge of history is important, and I think that we should look at information and theories and background from a lot of different sources. You guys know that Karl Marx, in some cases, just made the theories the fuck up. I'm not saying that they're not true, but he actually came to conclusions by observing different things around him, right? Okay.
How we got here, or why that things are bad. Not even so much as how or why, but that things are bad. That people are underpaid, overworked, exploited, coerced, this, that, and the third. I can just open my eyes and look around me to understand that. You know what I mean? There's no contradiction of any kind, because when you say there's a contradiction, that means you're contradicting. This is one thing from another. Like, a contradictory statement would be like saying you do need this, but then you go you find out that same person didn't get it themselves. You know what I mean? Or actually, no. I guess I'm trying to see if I'm splitting hairs between the hypocrisy and contradictions, but that's neither here nor there. It's just
okay. So, contradiction. Let's see. A truthful Christian apologist. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say it like that. Contradiction. Non-authoritarian conservative. Fuck. Oh. Damn. Contradiction. Donald Trump telling the truth. Oh fuck, that's a oxymoron. All right, let's go.
it just doesn't. It's still pretty consistent. You know what I mean? I guess kind of contradiction when it's a kind of inconsistency, but it's all pretty.
Okay, a good example of what I can think of when it comes to natural talent is Bessie Coleman. Back in 1921, when black people literally were considered too stupid to fly, it was considered a prodigious aviator. Ended up being an international sensation. Oh, like, yeah, no. Hey. First, nobody has a soul, but if Elon Musk did, if we had souls that theoretically existed, Elon Musk would have a soul. It would just be very, 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 very stupid. I wouldn't even say evil. He's just fucking stupid and weak and surrounded by yes men. Now, Zuckerberg having a soul, if they existed, yeah, that's a different things. All right, let's go. Besides the souls that he eats, for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. All right, let's go.
Be consistent. The idea that you don't need these things, but at the same time, people believing that you do. You know what I mean? That's a pretty consistent mindset to have. It's just they don't, those type of people generally don't accept it, right? They just don't, because again, they're very attached. They're for a lot of reasons, from their ego and pride and such, to the idea that you need this thing because that's what they did. And then, like, if they did really well at it, they're like, yeah, I was a scholar of the arts. So because I passed with flying colors, got the highest grades, this, that, and the third. So they attach their own worth to that success in the scholarly part of the art. But when and they don't like when someone who never did any of what they did are just as or even more talented and successful than they are. It's just like, what the fuck? How? What?
They attach a lineage to it, which is my point.
They do both. They attach a lineage and they attach their pride, because their pride is attached to their lineage, which still makes no fucking sense because you didn't do anything to make sure you dropped out of the testicles and ovaries that you did. Wow, it's a shocker that people feel that because I dropped out of this particular, like, you know what the problem was? You just should not have been born black, or born poor, or born with what we think the weaker sex is. No, you shouldn't have been born that way. It's your fault that you were born that way. Oh, you know what? You were born with a disability. It was your fault. The fuck? Like, this is okay. Oh god. Okay. And if you haven't done so, please like the stream. Please like the stream. Let's go.
Where I'll give an example from affirmative action, right? Like, basically what we had was, because I have the fortunate privilege of being in community with high populations of different parts of the Asian diaspora. Like, basically what happened.
Okay. As of right now, motherfucking 9:27 Central Standard Time, motherfucking July the 21st, 2023. I'm putting a moratorium on the word diaspora. Stop. Fucking stop. Just say monolith. Just if you want to say that, you should say the monolith. It doesn't sound as motherfucking pleasant to say that shit. If you want to say diaspora, say monolith, and see how well it goes over. It's like calling almond milk almond milk. It's not almond milk. It's almond juice. It doesn't sound so appealing now, does it? It's almond juice. Just like diaspora. What is the diaspora in? Does it end in East Asian? Does it end in like North Asian? Does it end in Asia? Does it end in the Middle East? Like, no, stop this bullshit. All right. Marky Mark eats soul Hitchcock and Hitchcock. The chasing dish soul is dipped in egg batter and coated with crusted Ritz Ritz. Yeah, we're on Twitch. I can't say that word. All right, let's go.
Happened is that the United States said, if you work hard, like, meritocracy and individuality is how you make it in life.
The contradiction there would be is like America's whole fucking brand is, hard work pays off type deal, but then you find out a lot of these motherfuckers are legacy hires and shit.
Now that's a contradiction. That is a contradiction. That's how you use it. I worked hard by falling out of my daddy's testicles, who was already rich or on the path of rich. Yeah, I made sure I fell out of his testicles into the ovaries of the woman that he was taking care of. That, she was sleeping with him. Like, that's hard work. Fuck. All right, let's go.
Even that, legacy admissions. Like what? They didn't work hard.
I think it's a little bit more controversial. Is that in certain pockets, Asian Americans were better white people than white people. And then you go like, hey, by meritocracy, individuality, by virtue of that and your merit towards that is how you get successful. And then it's like, okay, well, our SAT scores are disproportionately better than yours. And the white Americans are like, wait a minute.
Like, hold on now.
We want you to be good, but not better than us. So how and then like what happens is you get Asian Americans who go like, I was told to do these things. I was told to get the 4.5 GPA.
You guys ever realize that it's not inherent to, like, you know, Asian Americans to be smarter than everybody else? It's a cultural thing about study and about making sure that you guys remember a few years ago the Tiger Mom thing. That's what it is. That's just the culture of, you know. And you'll see this across many developed and developing cultures, especially around Asia, and you'll see this where where Confucianism actually took off, where it was this whole scholarly push on certain different things, like in Japan, it's the whole study culture that's based off of some of the elements of Confucianism and Taoism. You'll see it in China, where it was like, again, the scholarly thing. It has nothing to do with genetics. It just has to do with a culture that's built up over centuries of actually scholarship or looking towards scholarship. That's it is nothing genetic in that. It's literally, hey, this is the culture that we come from. It's the same in not just a culture. If you fail at class, you're getting your ass beat. Yeah, no, exactly.
I was told to do all these extracurriculars. I was told to work really hard, and then I got rejected from all my Ivy League institutions that I wanted to apply to. And then somebody says to you, "That's because of Negroes." And then you look, and then you see the Negroes in Harvard, and they go like, "Well, if we look at their records and their academic records, they're not as good as ours." Oh, what's this? What's affirmative action? I don't have a relationship with affirmative action, so why do they need it? And nobody contextualizes that, like, these things exist for reasons.
But that wasn't a contradiction. That was, you didn't have all the full information. All right, let's go.
The issue that you can definitely, I'm sure you could prove, is that, like, the white Americans who feel specifically like they don't want to be outdone by some minority, black, Asian, or otherwise, they will just deny their admission, not because of, not just ignore, forget that part. They'll deny their admission because they know that they'll do better than them. You know what I mean? They don't want a fair comp. They don't want fairness. They don't want equality. They don't want to actually have to compete with anybody, because it undermines the overlying principle that white people are better. You know what I mean? That's what a lot of it is. And they rationalize it by the behavior by, again, this is like with regards to, putting the cart before the horse, believing that, no, they are just inferior, so our actions of barring them from entry are justified because they wouldn't be good in here. That's what they tell themselves. You know what I mean? But the truth is that in a fair competition, they lose. You know what I mean? They don't want to lose. It's the same thing with a lot of corporations do.
So I get what Rico is trying to say in this. It's the same argument that you hear from a lot of people. It's like, well, we don't want women in this workplace because women can't do the job. And then women started doing the job and starting to perform up to the standard that a lot of other guys, the guys do on the job. And it's just like, no, they're still not good. Or it was when, more minorities got into certain fields, and it was hey, they can't be, these black people can't understand this complex job, and they would get into it and they would actually do the same, because it wasn't necessarily about, say for instance, the test scores. It was the aptitude for doing what that job required, and that doesn't have a melatonin motherfucking required level in order to make this. But for so many people, they put that, again, going back to putting your faith in something you had nothing control over about whose testicles you fall out of and whose ovaries you were dropped out of. They put that to, well, because I'm this, then that must mean I'm superior. That's not a contradiction. That's more like, and yes, to some people, to the people who believes this, that's a contradiction. But no, it's not a real contradiction. They just need to incorporate new data. And that's why they don't want affirmative action. They have a cognitive dysfunction from the same context these cornbread. Yeah, it's a cognitive dissonance. It's just cognitive dissonance. If I had to compete on a level stage with somebody who has the same aptitude, the test scores may be fucking different because of the way the system is actually set up. But when they have the same aptitude that I have, or better, then they can probably succeed better than what I can. And that's the thing. In test scores, I can motherfucking win some test scores. I will tell you that. It's easy in some cases. Some people have aptitudes for tests. But when it comes down to breaking down different things, no, fuck. That has nothing to do with your melatonin content. But let's go.
Like, why they go out of their way to stamp out any competition is because they don't want to actually have to compete. They don't want to actually have to provide the best possible service, of the best quality of service, and this, that, and the third. They don't want to compete. They want to win. They just want to stay on top. So they undermine and pull the rug from under any and all competition, and then they justify it in some cockamamie bullshit fucking way. But yeah.
Sort of. Like,
No, not sort of. That's the fuck what they do. God damn. That's what they do. It's no sort of. That's literally what happens. Let's go.
Let me approach this a little bit of a different way, right? Like, in the United States, when we're looking to be ready for college, there's different metrics to be used to determine college readiness. And for Asian Americans, that is the SAT. Like, the SAT and grades are a very important thing when you're trying to determine and show college readiness, because that's what.
Then here's the thing, right? Maybe that's a bullshit way of looking at it. I know, weird, right? The standard that has been effective for so many people may be a bullshit way of looking at it, right? The Tuskegee Airmen, for example, never lost a bomber under their watch, and they were the first black fighter pilots. Yeah, sort of. Yeah.
That is what they were explicitly told. Get good grades, get high test scores, like, have good extracurriculars, do all of these things. And then what happened was, like, when the contradictions of the social position revealed themselves, were like, there's a bit more to this than just grades and test scores. And then what was revealed is that, okay, it's affirmative action that's causing this otherization. That's the reason why you're not going in. So then you have
No. I like to say it's more of the cognitive dissonance. It's really just a cognitive dissonance, and I get it. You can first classify it as, oh, it's the contradictions. It's evidence that contradicts what you believe. But that just means what you believe may be bullshit, and then people go to the cognitive dissonance of saying, no, it must be something else. And it's not a contradiction that the evidence is real. It's contradicting their preset beliefs. And like this again, he's stuck on this word of contradictions as if he's trying to make himself sound smarter than what he fucking is. No, dog. No. It's people that have cognitive dissonance about what they believe that the world is like. It's the whole just world fallacy. It's the whole, well, if I did this right, then I must be good. And wow, you are trying to sound smarter than what you fucking really are. But let's go. By the way, if you haven't done so, like the stream.
Have different expressions of what that could be as a survival strategy. NPR just posted a story about this where a college recruiter, he's responsible for essays, one of his Asian students was nervous about anything that made it like tick that they were Asian by virtue of their story. And it's like, well, how can you tell if somebody is Asian just by an essay that they write? But the reason is because there's a lineage of a social position that exists in the United States for Asian Americans that is unique. And if you want,
No, you fucking idiot! Just say that people are bigoted against Asian people. Why do you have to go there? Again, you're trying to make yourself sound smarter than what you fucking are. All it is, people are bigoted against Asian people. That is so simple to say. There's a lineage of a social contradiction of just say people are fucking bigoted. You're trying to make yourself sound smarter than what you fucking are.
you are somebody who knows about these social positions, you can just come to certain conclusions just by reading somebody's essay. And those conclusions are nothing unique. They're not supposed to be anything unique. Like just because you're a concert master in your orchestra, and just because you are a first generation immigrant or second generation, doesn't make you Asian. There's nothing inherent to Asianness that means that you're an immigrant in that regard. But because of the social position that exists as being a member of that group in the United States.
Oh yeah. What? Hold on. Let me see if I. Hold on. Let's see if I can find that. Because he's trying to sound smarter than what he is right here. If anybody has that link, can you give me that link? Oh my god. Now here it is, right here.
Do you believe that you have?
This is this shit. I found it.
Do you believe that you have a different relationship with the social and political systems in society based on who you are? You are a white, I'm assuming middle class Asian American.
He must have misspoke, right?
White presenting, I should say.
You know what, dude? Mad props for the double down. Call him a fucking cracker, man. Fucking go for it, dude.
He literally called this man a white Asian American. I don't have any words about that. I really don't have any words about that. That is anybody that I don't like is white. That's literally that's all that shit is. I don't have any words about that. And you know what's funny? It's one of those things where it's like, do you equate being black to poor and not poor white? Is that what you really equate? But we're getting sidetracked.
That has a lineage line.
And well, that's with all of this being said, everything we said up to this point, with all of this being said, what does this have to do with like how? It sounds like a white person can absolutely understand. Because I mean, if you understand the social position of Asians and Asian.
Okay, yeah, he brought it back. Yes, brought it back. Let's go.
Immigrants and such. even though you're not Asian, why wouldn't a white person be able to understand the black experience? In the because like again, going back to the original thing that started all this was the notion that a Candace Owens is better. Because
Who was the guy he was talking about? He was talking about this guy right here. Talking about this guy in the middle right here. I mean, like, how does he pass his? How does he present as white? Is he like? I don't even know. Like what what ethnic background my man's right here is from. Like, does he have to like wear like, I don't know, traditional Asian clothing, like from where? Like, I mean, like, I get a lot of people that use diaspora and groups and call themselves that, just like they have to wear their culture on them some kind of way. But just to say like he's white presenting because he's dressed like a Westerner. Yeah, no. Okay, let's go.
Because she's black and her proximity to the black experience as such, it's like, but we do understand. We understand. You and I understand the social. I lost the word on top of my head. It's what you've been saying, but basically, like, I don't understand how we can't understand each other, because it sounds like we absolutely fucking can. The context, everything.
Right, but there's a difference with understanding, and there's nuances that exist within that. Because
yeah, okay, it's nuances in everything. Let's go.
Because I can read how to play a game. Anybody can read how to be good at Call of Duty, Fortnite, whatever the case may be. But there are particular nuances that exist by being in the activity, practically engaging in the activity. And we know this to be true. So what I mean,
I can play. Real example. One of the things that was happening when I do my gameplays, like I would play. I remember when I was playing as Atreus on motherfucking God of War Ragnarok. Spoiler alert: you get to play as Atreus. But that felt like, what I felt from that is when I was playing motherfucking Horizon Forbidden West, the crossover, how you play with Aloy. And I know they're two different games, but some of the crossover actually is a fun way of playing it. It's learning from one part, even though they're not the exact same parts, to play another game. The whole everything has like Dark Souls controls now. A lot of games have Dark Souls control now. It doesn't mean it's the exact same way, but because it's a standardized control scheme, a lot of people can actually pick up and play games. They may not be able to play it extremely good in one game to the next, but that's just, it doesn't mean because it's not the exact same thing, you can't learn from a standardization, or you can't learn from having an overall experience. Yeah. You can, like one shooter, which you can get from one shooter, you can get from another shooter. It may not be the exact same motherfucking. That's the better analogy. It might not be the exact same game, but you can actually learn from different sources and carry some of that experience over. But let's go.
By when it comes to speaking to certain things, Candace Owens can speak to Black life and Black existence.
But
that
what
only
is
other groups? Other groups have to read it. Other groups have to read it. They have to read about Black life and Black existence. And the reason why they have to read about Black life and Black existence is because that life and existence is not in their world. So certain things that might relate to Black trauma, Black death, and Black harm might sound very like dangerous, but it might also be overstated when you're trying to articulate an injustice claim.
What's the difference between Black death and white death?
The difference between Black death and white death is the relationship with the institution. Black people were lynched. but white people were lynched too. One of the worst lynchings in the South was in Louisiana and it was white people. But if you look at white death in its totality, lynching is not a part of that lineage.
Why does he keep saying lineage when you just want to say history? This is aggrandization of words. He's aggrandizing words in order to make him sound more regal. And don't get me wrong, I am somebody who uses a thesaurus of different words. Because I work in a call center, I even took the word like out of my vocabulary when I'm talking to people. So yes, I understand the power of using different words. You can always tell Rico's having a tough conversation by the amount of cigarettes he started smoking. All right, let's go.
I'm still not seeing the difference. You know what I mean? Because yeah, they don't have a lineage of being lynched recreationally and systematically, but like death is death. You get what I mean? They understand death.
But the circumstances of what led to them dying is important, because a lot of those white folks that were lynched were because of helping other black people or being abolitionists.
But a lynching is a lynching, and they understand what it means to be lynched. They understand even if obviously I would never understand what it feels like to be lynched because I haven't been lynched, obviously. But
sure.
Bingo! Bingo!
I can understand what a lynching is. Like, because a lynching is a lynching, death is death. What does that have to do with being
right?
Black?
But there's an association that comes with that. So like if you're and that's the social position, where if you wanted to say that like, okay, I want to make sure that this person knows that I'm talking to them. I'm talking about to their existence, to their life. Would you hang a white mannequin on a tree in their yard, or would you take that mannequin and color its face black? Because black and lynching has a lineage line to blackness and being perceived as black.
I think anybody would be terrified of someone threatening to lynch them. Anybody. You put a mannequin of themselves in front of their house and that mannequin being lynched. Any person can understand, oh shit, someone's threatening to hang me. You know what I mean? That has nothing to do with your skin color. That is all. That is an instinctual fear, a rightfully instinctual fear. Like, hey, this person, or you make a mannequin put bullet holes in it or put knives in it and say, you're next type deal. It doesn't matter the color of it. They understand it.
If I took a mannequin and hung it on a tree, and I put 10 white people, and I said, what person is that pointing to? What is that action pointing to? And they'll probably all say, that's a lynching. Great. But what identifiable group in the United States is that pointing to? And if I made the argument that that's pointing to white people, is that true? Is it
Joe, I'm going to say something. And this may be a shocker to you. Mr. Joe Lewis over here probably didn't study history. I know, weird, right? He's concerned with some history, but not all history. That's just it's just a little thing called selective memory. Yeah, no. And to just read what he said, my grandparents had that happen. Mannequins were hung from a tree in front of their house. That was done while Grandpa and Grandma organized Steelworkers Union. Yeah, no, of course. And let's at least not forget, like, the black people weren't the only ones in the ghettos up until very, very recently. But you know, some people forget about that shit.
True that if I point to that tree and say that action of a lynching is pointing to a lineage of white people being lynched, is that a correct statement?
Yes. If I've seen white people, if the mannequin is of a white person being lynched, and so you point to it and say, yeah, this is regarding a white person being lynched, then yeah, that'd be correct. It's
A
like,
lineage of white people being lynched.
Dude, like, you got the answer to your question. You just didn't like it. Oh my God. Do you love black people? Do you love black people? He's doing the Jesse Lee Peterson shit.
Not
But
just a
there-
particular action. A
why-
lineage of this action is done so much so that I can associate that
But
action to white people.
But there is a lineage of white people being lynched. White people have been hung all throughout history.
But as a lineage, by virtue of their existence of being white?
No, by virtue of what they did to get lynched. You know
And
what I
that's,
mean?
and that's the difference. That's the difference.
But that's the difference. But it's a distinction that is kind of irrelevant, because you're focusing on the racialized aspect of why someone was lynched, but you to basically argue that white people can't understand what that fear of being lynched when they absolutely can.
But they can't tie it to their lineage. They can't.
Yes, they can. If it's a history of white people being lynched, there's a history of them being lynched. Yes, they can. You're just trying to carve out. No, the lynches are just for black people. That's what he's trying to fucking do, and this is fucking stupid. Yeah, of course, this is what happens when you live in an echo chamber. This is what happens when you live in a fucking echo chamber of people that disagree with you because they think you're right. There were Native Americans that were lynched. I mean, like, our Jewish brothers and sisters were lynched. Not just during the civil rights movement, but like not, and we're not just going to talk about the Holocaust, but like there were people who were ran out of town just because they weren't exactly a certain way. Yeah, sure.
They can't tie it to the
to.
history of the action. So like if you were saying, like, I'm not saying that you were saying, like, the claim I'm trying to make here is that action is pointed to a lineage of that action being done to black people. So much so that if you were to say that, hey, this action points to a lineage of white people doing that might be true, but it's not true by virtue of the social position of being white in America. You weren't making, like, sure, you can say in different contexts outside the United States that hanging was an action and hanging was a punishment for crime.
No, you don't. So now it's just in the United States. Like, here, Shark said this. These people say these stupid things, and streamers got to clean up their messes while they go back to Mount Olympus. And if you're a community of being non-straight white Protestants, you probably understand. Hell, you even if you are white, exactly. Boy call kissing a boy. Okay. Dublin. No. You weren't. They didn't hang you on a tree. They got the rocks. They grabbed the rocks. Lynched. They got the rocks. Yeah, we need to put a moratorium on this and banning the word social positions.
Crimes, but the crime for black people in a lot of cases was the crime of existence. The crime of
I'm so confused. Is he trying to say that white people don't have a history of being lynched just because of their race? Yes, he is. Yes, he is saying that. And I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'm gonna let him say this word that he's about to say, and we're just gonna see how stupid this is.
But the crime for black people in a lot of cases was the crime of existence. The crime of existence out of line. The crime of just existing, of communicating with people.
remember I said earlier he wants to say that black people experience um, worse. Fuck it, just say torture, because black. That's all he wants to say. Like seriously, that's all he wants to say. Now, I'm of the belief that you shouldn't measure your pain on how much it hurts a group versus how much it's actually hurt you and what you're going to do about it. I don't think you should say, "Oh, my overall group has the most pain, so we're the most," because all it turns into, we're the most justified to do what the fuck we want to you. That's all it turns into. I'm of the belief is like, yo, we have this shared pain. It may not be the exact same pain, so let's not make sure that nobody else experiences this. But people like Joe Lewis over here wants to say, we have the most pain, we have the most pain, and we have the most pain. We can do something about it. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here. Now, am I for marginalized communities to be protected? Yes. But when you start using your pain as a way of saying, like, we have the most pain, we have the most pain, get the knives. That this is where it turns like you just want revenge. The crime of existence. Someone needs to read a history of Europe and how many genocides happened just because you lived under the wrong monarch. I don't know. I mean, like, let's ask the Romani. Let's ask the let's ask the Huns, because remember the Huns were actually discriminated before, like when they came out of the Asian steppes and they came into Europe after they lost their the fuck, who was that, not Genghis, um fuck, who was that, the Hung leader that, and after he died they kind of ran into some bigotry. Yes, like, yeah. Let's go.
Proximity to violence is different, and it's
But white
different
people, but
because
white
of the
people
social
were.
system.
Yeah, Attila the Hun, the Hun. Like, yeah, he they ran into some bigotry after he died because reasons, and like, yeah, no, and then of course they established Hungary and shit like that. They should brush up on how many white people were killing other white people just because the region they came from. Exactly.
But white people were lynched for being white. White people who betrayed their race by helping black people were lynched. So were lynched, whatever,
But is
because
that
of that.
because they were white, or was
Yes,
it?
it's because they were white. They were race traitors.
So connect that for me. How is I'm not quite connecting the.
Then you're fucking stupid if you're not connecting that. He just literally explained it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's just forced ignorance.
I'm not quite connecting. I'm not really.
Their action
What
was
is
their action was betraying their race, and so they were lynched for it. The being white is how they betrayed their fellow white person. That is why, because the sense of entitlement by white nationalists, supremacists, so on and so forth, believing that white people are supposed to be this that way. We don't fucking do it. We don't help the Negroes and such and such. Like, we're superior, blah blah blah. So when a white person would betray what those white supremacists believe white people are supposed to do, that person is subsequently punished for it. It's because they're white. They're not supposed to help us, but they did.
So you would have to connect then examples of betrayal that don't involve black people altogether.
Your premise is faulty. No, if you're exactly. Oh my god, oh my god. Not just the examples that we have in motherfucking chat that I went over, that you guys went over, but like literally. I really want him to understand the setup that Rico just actually says. They were lynched because they were white and they were betraying their race. That is literally it. He's looking for an excuse to try to not be wrong. Hold on. Burnett. Stop. Tony Burnett, new famous Detroit civil rights activist, killed in Selma, March. Tony Burnett is primarily known for his music and his art. What some may not know is he was also involved in the civil rights movement. Burnett, who died Friday at the age of 96, joined the Detroit civil rights activists at the Selma March. The activist will later be killed after taking Burnett to the airport. Loyola Loser, a civil rights activist from Detroit, was shot and killed in Selma's voting rights march in 1965, one day after driving Burnett to the airport. Luzo, who drove to Selma by herself from her home, did so after seeing unarmed American citizens brutally beaten by state and local law enforcement. According to the Encyclopedia of Alabama, Luzo went to Selma after the attack of the 600 demonstrators crossing the Edmund Putz Bridge on March the 7th, 1965. State troopers greeted demonstrators with tear gas, billy clubs, and whips. Martin Luther King Jr. called the Americans to gather in Selma for the Voting Rights Act march. Her murder scared. Joe says her murder scared Tony for the rest of his life. I'm connecting the dots now. This is why these cornbread tubers are so cavalier with the term race traitor. They don't really understand the implications for the people who suffer for betraying their race, being against racism. No, of course they don't. They don't, because they would do the same goddamn thing. The 39-year-old white mother of 5 children attended a church and was attended a march and was killed on the last day by members of the Ku Klux Klan. Luzo was working for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, transporting protesters from Montgomery to Selma. Let's get back to the video.
That's where I'm not really quite connecting. I'm not connecting this.
But
idea.
they are connected. You know what I mean? They are, like, there is no that's the context. The context is they betrayed white people, like assisting black people. That's
because
the
of the social position that black people are in.
This social position bullshit is gonna piss me off because he doesn't know what that fucking word means.
Exactly, but that's my point. It's like they were lynched for being white. They betrayed their fellow white man.
But there's also the intersections that exist within the white identifiable group, because
it was no intersection. They were lynched because they were considered race traitors. That's why they were lynched. Oh my God.
Is one of the contradictions of race is that race is this flat line. But we know that even within the white ethnic group, the Klan hated Jews too. The Klan hated the Irish. The Klan hated Polish people. And it wasn't because they were targets of this because they were white. They were targets of this because they were perceived as non-white.
Yeah, but we're not talking about the people the white skin, the fair skin.
So he's now going back to, well, they weren't really white, and so that's the reason why they were targeted. No, motherfucker, they were targeted because they were helping black people and they were white, so they were seen as race traitors. What was this? The 3 civil rights people that were disappeared because they were helping, like, one of them was white. Like, for real, dog. You're trying to be so obtuse with what Rico is saying because you don't want to seem wrong. Let's go. Keep going.
That they didn't deem white. We're talking about the white people that they did deem white, who betrayed white people and then subsequently lynched them.
If you assist black people, you are no longer deemed as white. That's my argument. Where it's not.
I think we're going to end it there. I think we're gonna end it there. I think we're gonna end it there. I'm gonna have to do part 2 of this because this shit is fucking crazy. Like, how do you go here, man? Like, oh my god, this shit is so fucking stupid because you're being purposely obtruse in order to prove yourself right. And it's fucking unbelievable. It's fucking unbelievable. I How could you be a race trainer and not be seen as part of the race? Because reasons. Fuck you, that's why. The fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, because fuck you, that's why. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I'm gonna have to pick this up tomorrow. I have my daughter tomorrow. I will set a time where we're going to finish this because this is fucking crazy. So I actually started on this the other day, and I'm picking up where it actually left off. So let's finish watching this video, and God, please help me. Please help me. This is gonna be interesting to say the least. Shall we go? Hold on 1 second. I just want to actually put it out there that we are live and we're streaming this. Content. I forgot to do this earlier. If you haven't done so, yeah. Tweet. All right. All right. So done. All right, let's go.
Where it's not the inclusion.
So you guys got to remember when a lot of this, what did he say, social positioning. So yeah, I don't have any alcohol around me. If I did at that particular time, social positioning would have been one of the ones that I would have gotten alcohol poisoning in. Also, Joe Lewis is excellent at dodgeball because he keeps dodging the same fucking question. And like I said, the only critique that I would have of Rico in this one is he try to treat these people like they're in good faith, and he tries to treat these people like they are honest about what they're saying instead of just being, dishonestly want to actually just shit on white people and shit on anybody who isn't a person of color. That's generally what happens. But let's go.
And the inclusion of being white is built upon shaky foundation.
And that's my question to you then. Where did you get this idea that they went from "you're not white" for betraying us? No, because that's I don't understand that. They are explicitly saying, you are a race traitor. Therefore, you are white, but you're a race traitor. You have betrayed us. That's what
they're being betrayed because of an action of assisting a group of people that are deemed to be non-white. That's the betrayal line. But there isn't a lineage of that in the United States. The lineage line isn't because that they were white. The lineage line is because of the actions that led to them assisting other groups that they deemed as non-white.
No, that is a lineage line. The lineage of white people assisting black people and subsequently being punished for, or assisting non-white people and subsequently being punished for it by their fellow white person, because for the crime of betraying their race and betraying the interests of their race, it's 1-to-1.
I think
So what Joe Lewis is trying to say that what I think he's trying to say is that whenever a white person assists a black person with trying to, expand the civil rights, make sure they're not murdered in any kind of way, it's for some reason they start to get a lineage of being black. And that's just fucking stupid. That is just so fucking stupid. When you try to say that, oh, the reason why these people get treated this way, the reason why there's lynchings of white people in the South, for especially around the civil rights era, is because they have a lineage of, you know, of history of a social position that, dude, you're you're being stupid. You're being fucking stupid. I don't get how else to say it. You're being fucking stupid. You sound like you're trying to retrofit your conclusion that you already have to this theory that you have. My guy, I'm gonna need you to um, get more of those contradictions out the way. But let's go.
When I'm saying lineage, it's when I'm
Wait. He's about to actually explain lineage and social positioning. Oh shit. That wow. Let me be all ears. Let me put down the pen. Let me be all
it's
ears.
when I'm talking about lineage and social position. The lineage is that you share a common descendant of somebody engaging with these things. Like the lineage of social position
The lineage of social position is that you share a common descendant. That is so motherfucking stupid. That this is what I'm talking about. All of these wannabe cornbread two people, all of these super woke motherfucking hotep motherfuckers don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. Dude, you aren't even in the ballpark of being right. You're so not right. You're not even in the ballpark of being right. Now, if you want to say that common ancestry, when we're talking about social constructs here, why the fuck are you bringing up, like, you're not even, like, that's not even scientific. It's a common predecessor, a common ancestor, but not descendant. Secondly, oh my god, why are you trying to make this into something different? This is what I'm talking about. So many of these people, they don't want to end racism. They want to use it to their advantage. But let's go.
is that if if I don't, like, let me put it this way, right? Like it's somewhere in between 47 to 50% likely that you're going to adopt the same economic status as your grandparents. There are ways
But what does that have to do with racism?
that you can
It's,
shift that. There's ways to adjust that. Why is that? That's
let
because
me ask you. Let me ask you a question then on that regard, with regards to lineage. Then, is Candace Owens not black then? By that same logic, is
she's
she
an
not
American.
black because
She's an
she's
American descendant of slaves.
she's assisting white conservatives to maintain white supremacy?
That is a good motherfucking question. That is a awesome motherfucking question. That is a awesome question. Because here's the thing, they've been hiding behind this whole, oh, you should listen to all black people, you should listen to all black people. But yet, when somebody pushes back against their idea, who are on the left, who's on the left, to say, like, no, dog, like, this shit is crazy. You should, well, no. You're not. You're a C slur. I want to hear this answer.
She's
But
an American descendant of slaves, and she has she has some level, like she is ADOS, but also has, I think it's Caribbean ties.
So he's just went back. So wait. When you disagree with these people, it's you're a traitor. You're a sea slur. You're a race traitor. But when they want to use somebody in their whole, hey, I'm just this, and it works out this way. Then no. Let's go back. Let's go back to phenotype. He just listed out just phenotype. How fucking dishonest is this shit? How dishonest is this shit? When you're talking about behaviors on people on the left, these white leftists that you hate, then if anybody agrees with you, they're a fucking trash panda. But when you're talking about somebody who's actively promoting white supremacists, actively promoting the agenda of people like Ben Shapiro, people like motherfucking Charlie Kirk, motherfucking Matt Walsh. Oh no, then her skin is dark, so she must be one of us. The fuck out of here. You don't want to fucking deal with racism. You just want to have it on your terms.
I think it's because she has dual citizenship.
Yeah, but that's not my question. The U.S. you say that basically white supremacists are lynched white people because they no longer consider them white because of the action that they took. So I'm asking you, does that same thing apply to Candace Owens with regards to her blackness, but her action of assisting white supremacy?
White supremacy doesn't require white people to exist. White supremacy are certain actions, behaviors, and beliefs. It's an ideology.
That's not the answer to the question. The question was not, what did it take for white supremacists to exist? That wasn't the question, you dumb fuck. How fuck? Wow. I actually do have. I hope Rico calls him back on this one. I hope he calls him back on this one. Let's go.
And that ideology can manifest itself in any type of person.
But she's black. She's black regardless of her actions, right?
That's the contradiction. The contradiction is that if you are aiding in white supremacy, you're aiding in an ideology that if you extrapolate the ideology, you no longer exist.
But you do.
You would.
You
might not be first. You might not be first on the chopping block, but you can't exist as a visible black person in the face of white supremacy.
But those white people that assisted black people and were punished because of it are still white. They just are. And the people that lynched them didn't say they weren't going around saying you aren't white. They were calling you an N-word lover.
Good. I am glad that he's calling this shit out. I am so glad that he's calling this shit out. Good. Let's go. Let's keep going.
They weren't saying you aren't white. They're saying you're an N-word lover, and subsequently punished them because of it. That's you know what I mean.
Right, but again, like her. It's not that. It's no matter. Like this is the thing with because there are different types of non-white people who adopt white supremacist ideology, but the contradiction within that is again like if you extrapolate that to the full expression, you no longer exist. So while you might be able to like gamble for a better position within that hierarchy, there's still going to be a time where the chopping block hits to you.
But again, you're saying two things out of your mouth. You're literally saying two things out of your mouth. You're halfway saying that, oh, these white people, when they help black people, then they're part of the identity, the racial identity of, or the social positioning of what these black people experience. But then when a black person helps white supremacy, where we have documented cases of her advocating white supremacist policies. Oh no, she's still black because skin color. But let's go.
It might not lead to you being first. It might lead to you being like 9th or 10th. And then something else to that, by the way, is that the point I'm trying to make here is that white people, by virtue of their existence of being white, doesn't put them at a threat of danger. The social position of being white in the United States doesn't put you by threat of danger. But what does put you at threat of danger is being associated to the idea that you would assist non-white people in their injustice claim.
So which is it? Like, is it that when you are, how do I put it? And I get he's having a conversation live, but the thing is, that's not an excuse. I'm responding to this shit live. Is he saying that when you're white, and I know part of it is he's saying that when you're white, you're not just seen as just a threat. I get it. That's something that we have to deal with racism in this world to have to do. When you're a black person, regardless of how docile or how benign you see, you are seen as a threat to a lot of people. And yeah, that's another thing that he's right about. When you are one of the good ones, eventually they will come for you. I mean, like, eventually. You may not be the first on the chopping block, but you know you got a spot reserved. When they finally get him, when they finally get all of them problematic black people, then you got a spot reserved. But in the end, what does that have to do at all with the fact that? Because I know what Rico's trying to get to. Rico's trying to get to the point where a lot of these cornbread tubers and a lot of these woke activists that they claim that they think they are would still just call him a C slur. That's the thing. And because of that, you know, he wants to get the rules of the game. But these motherfuckers keep switching the rules of the game, and that's why you're having a problem. But let's go.
So it's the actions that lead to the ideas that you are no longer a part of our group because you are now assisting that person. These actions that you are doing. Where for black people, they're not going to call Candace Owens an N-word lover if she dates a black man. They'll just kill her. Like there's no.
I'm sorry. Can I hear that back again?
That person, these actions that you are doing. Where for black people, they're not going to call Candace Owens an N-word lover if she dates a black man. They'll just kill her. Like there's no, or if not kill, make her life incredibly miserable in very obvious and unobvious ways.
I
Again, I'm gonna think that he misspoke. Because in the end, like, if he means that a black person won't call Candace Owens like a white man lover because she dates a white man, I'm gonna give him the credit that he may have spoke, but still in all, that's fucking dumb, dog. If you really think that somebody who's actively has done harm to a community, that they should just accept them back just because on just other strength that they share the same phenotypic color of melanin, then one, you think that that community is incredibly forgiving or incredibly stupid. I seem to have more hope for, the black community to think that if somebody was, actively promoting our harm, that just because they dress up in kente cloth and then say, oops, I'm sorry, then it and start saying black power and where I'm part of the diaspora, I would think that they would just have a little bit more self-preservation to not trust this person just automatically. Have a little bit more, I don't know, skepticism. Yeah, skepticism. But let's go.
it just seems like that just seems like a very pointless distinction. Like, what's the point of these distinctions that you're making? Because you tried to distinguish between white deaths and black deaths based off lineage, right? That's what you were equivocating. That's what that was the point you were trying
Calling
to
them
make.
out.
That white
Good.
death is different than black death because of lineage. But what I've done here is point out that we have a similar lineage. It doesn't. You
We
can
don't.
say you can say that it's because they weren't attacked because they were white, but they were attacked because of their action. But I'm like, no, they were attacked because they were white because their action betrayed whiteness. They were attacked because they were white. There is
But
a history of that. There is a lineage of that.
let me see if I can let me ask you this. Do you think the white family was a target of discrimination and otherization by the United States government?
Depends on what white family. Depends on what white family. If we were gonna go to the turn of the century and they were Irish or Italian, yes. Depends on what white family. Oh, and let's not. And again, here, let's not talk about the elephant in the room. How there were so many people that treated Jewish people just like shit. They will call them the JN word, or they would say just horrible shit about our Jewish brothers and sisters just because of the high case of anti-Semitism. But let's continue.
No, depend. It depends, like on their class status, really.
Okay, why not their race,
Why not?
or because of their race?
Why not? Because this was a country built, where at the time, at least at the time, definitely for white people or people considered to be white. You get what I mean? Like that's why.
Sure.
There's nothing to it.
And then conversely, just to make sure we're on the same baseline, was the
And even like, dude, like, okay, I live in the Chicagoland area in the Midwest, northern Midwest area, and dude, there were, even though this area actually had prominent, and I mean prominent, you know, Polish society, history. There is actually bigotry against people from Poland. Prominent. I mean, like General Pulaski. We actually have a street named after Pulaski, and I think it was like a Fort Pulaski or some shit like that. But like, it depends on what time you're talking about. And these motherfuckers, these fucking cornbread too motherfuckers, they are so fucking ahistorical that they look at, which I granted, not everybody is smart enough to actually look at all of motherfucking history. They only pick and choose the history that they want to go after.
black family under attack by the United States government? And does the black family have a history of discrimination and otherization by virtue of them being black, or is it something else?
Yeah, that's why they were. Which is strange to me that you're asking this, because you were saying that that wasn't the case earlier.
Good for calling his ass out.
Because over time, because I'm trying. The point I'm trying to make is that over time, as you continue to go through this lineage line, if somebody is born white in the United States, that creates assumptions based upon their lineage line. Because if a white person and a black person are born in the United States,
He tried to pull it back. He tried to pull it back. He knew he was actually going into what Rico was saying. It was because they were black. And what Rico also has not given him an out on is like, well, the reason why they don't say, well, it's because of the lineage of being black and stuff like that, is because they couldn't just come out and say, we're doing this because you're black. They couldn't. They had to make a legal roundabout to actually say something about, to actually make these laws. But let's go.
you can say with a pretty close level of accuracy that white person probably knows exactly who their grandparents were. And not only knows where their grandparents were, they're still alive.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can make
associated with just by having grandparents. And for Black Americans, for example, the idea of us having great grandparents that we know definitively, that we can point to, I might have that as a millennial, but if I go one generation back, that might not be true for my mother.
Wait, what? What the? life expectancy change. You dumb fuck. That has nothing. Oh my god. Oh my god. Does he think that just as soon as black folks got to a certain age, they just went, RIP and delete yourself? Like, oh, what? All right.
That
But
might not be true for her grandmother.
But
for
what does
white
that have to
people-
do? What does that have to do with the distinction between white death and black death? What does that have to? Because that's an entirely different discussion. I'm asking the distinction between white death and black death. You argue that it was because of lineage, but I argue that the lineage we have a similar lineage, enough so that the distinction doesn't. There is no the distinction is relevant.
There's a lineage to death, but the content of that death is important.
And the content is roughly the same. That white people were killed for being white, black people were killed for being black.
But we clearly established, I think, that's. I still don't understand why you're, because the thing that I'm.
Good morning, Icon. Good morning. This is like just some crazy shit. All right, let's go.
I'm not quite understanding why you're.
My contention is death is death. We all understand death. The reasons why we died may be different, but death is death.
Right, but the context and the content of that death, if you don't live it, might be overstated. Because if you know,
again, he probably misspoke. You can't live death. I know. Okay, this is why I titled this part "The Brain Damage." Let's go.
For example, that black people are brutalized by police, and then you see swaths of black people who say, "I don't have experience with this black death associated with police." That might confuse you. And if you don't know that the lived experiences are different, and you only engage with black death by virtue of reading, and you don't engage with the life that comes with being next to that lineage of black death, then there's going to be things that are just going to confuse you. Like there's going to be parts of the world that make no sense.
Well, people tend to not understand that which they haven't, not understand or not be interested in understanding that which doesn't apply to them. Generally,
right.
That's everybody.
Right. Like
but I gotta ask him if I've never been brutalized by the police, so am I less black than someone that has?
Of course not, because it's not because.
So again, like this is what I'm talking about, right? So here's the part. Here's the problem. When you see these idiots go out and say, like, you say that, well, I'm going to make this assumption that this white person really doesn't understand because they haven't experienced it. And then you give an example of a black person who also hasn't experienced it. When you ask, is the white person less likely to understand? They say yes. And then when you ask if the black person, does that mean that they can't understand it? They say yes. And when you say, well, I'm black and I've never experienced that, they say, no, it's still, you still black because color. If that's not a racist ass argument, I don't know what is. That's just a racist ass argument. You part of us because of skin color. All right.
And that's my point, friend. Because then if you only engage with the black experience, trying to understand black life without understanding the nuances, if you spend your entire existence trying to read and understand the history of black death and black harm and black trauma, the intricacies of black life might not be something you can contextualize. So you might overstate the claim of black people and police brutalization in terms of legislation. You might overstate the claim.
So if the claim is overstated, so the fuck what? So the fuck what? If it's saying, if you're overstating the claim to actually stop it, so the fuck what? That's just a stupid argument. That is just a stupid argument. That is, well, you didn't get it exactly right. You overcorrected, so yeah, like, nah, you still don't understand. Wait, what? I hopefully don't have cancer. I've seen people with cancer. I've dealt with people who had cancer, and the pain and suffering and agony they go through. Will I understand it? Hopefully not. But would I try to do things that would actually make sure that they're comfortable, make sure that they're Yes, yes, because that is how you deal with human empathy. You don't exactly have to know the exact same pain. You just gotta know shit hurts. But let's continue.
Of the potential danger that Black people face in the United States. You
But
might overstate the claim, and if you overstate the claim, that might be to the detriment of Black people.
yeah,
Because if you overstate a claim of harm and you overstate a claim of death, you might come to poor conclusions, which might railroad legislation, it might railroad policy, and it might not make arguments as compelling. But like
well,
the thing that I like, so I'll end
people
this plane.
people misunderstanding things. Isn't anything new or unique to anyone's race or anything. People overstating or understating something. That has nothing to do with their race. That's just a thing people do.
It's the social position that's associated with that. Because if you don't like if for instance, like if you, because like I had an experience with one of my white friends where he didn't understand to not talk to the police.
Thank you, Icon. Thank you, Icon.
Like I got pulled over, the officer came, and then he started running his mouth talking about like, well, this is why Black people are afraid of the police, and this is.
Did he just have a Dave Chappelle skit moment? Oh my God, did he just really have a Dave Chappelle skit moment? How did he have a Dave Chappelle? All right, let's go.
Why? And I'm thinking like, shut up. Like this does not involve you. And while it is true that,
oh my God, he just used the Dave Chappelle skit. He just used the Dave Chappelle skit. Oh wow. Oh wow. He just used the Dave Chappelle skit. I was walking. We were drunk as shit, and we started talking to the cops. Like the fuck. Like it's different because reasons. Noble, it's different because reasons.
The 20% needs to listen, because if they don't, they're going to find something out. The Hamptons is not a defensible position.
It's different because reasons.
Black people face a higher level to proximity to violence of police officers through traffic stops. That's not always the case. But I know that exists. I know the proximity to violence exists when I'm dealing with law enforcement. So I know there's certain things I have to do to make sure that I facilitate my life. And if somebody only is engaging with my life through the lens of my death, when they're put in those situations where they need to be supporters and advocates towards life, they might overstate the claim of death, which puts people at harm.
So wait a minute. Wait a motherfucking minute. So somebody being overprotective is actually going to lead to more harm. Just stop hanging out with overprotected white people. I'm sorry. Just stop. If you want to have some reckless ass friends, go ahead. I encourage your choice to have some reckless ass friends. It's gonna be like, yeah, fuck the police. You're gonna have that one, and I'm gonna say it, you're gonna have that one poor white friend who motherfucking had the same experience, just in a different motherfucking zip code that you had, and be like, fuck the police. Yeah, sure. Let's have some of that, and let's see how that shit turn out for you. Am I saying that the motherfucking, because the obviously because there are more white people in the country, the percentages are high. And I'm not saying that it's disproportionate. No, it's definitely disproportionate. But when this cat is literally trying to say that because people are socially conscious to say like, hey, cops, stop doing crazy shit. Like, they're going to cause you to be dead more. And yeah, all of us are getting our ass whooped. And he even said it, like, he said it early in his chat. We need these allies because we're not a majority part of the people. Now, when you look at not only racial numbers, but socioeconomics, then we are a majority. Everybody, except for those rich fucks that, pay the cops, write the laws, talking heads on motherfucking mainstream media. Like, dude, like, I just... God damn, this motherfucker is dumb. All right, let's go.
I I just still don't see what this has to do with it has to do with race at all. Like it's because anybody can, like we know without a doubt, like disproportionately non-white people experience like getting what's the word violent experiencing violence from police.
But that's also not
or
true. That's also not true, because again, like if we disaggregate the data, the violence is black. It's black, huge gap, everybody else when it comes
Exactly.
to disproportionality.
That's what he just said. You are not listening. Oh my god. 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 It's like he has these talking points and he's like, this is why these motherfuckers will never go up against a conservative. They will never ever have a conversation with a conservative. They try to practice this shit with motherfucking black people and or white leftists who don't believe every fucking thing that they do, and they sound like fucking idiots. I want Joe Lewis to take this shit and have a conversation with somebody like I don't know, like even like being wrong and smug, like even having a conversation. No, he got blown the fuck out with having a conversation with somebody like Destiny, who is, for all intents and purposes, center left in a lot of cases, but economic policy center right. He sounds like a fucking fool. Or let's have him have a conversation with somebody like, I don't know, motherfuckers fresh and fit, who are actively right wingers. They will fucking destroy his ass. God damn. Like, all right, let's go.
Yeah, I'm
Because
just
if a
not.
Hispanic, like if an Asian person says black and brown, like people, like if an Asian person says people like me are a danger of police brutality just by virtue of a traffic stop, every black person will just side eye and be like, "What are you talking about?"
I mean,
then,
yeah,
that's my point.
Socially center left, but economically center right. Yeah. My thing is, again, he went to the fucking oppression Olympics, and I get it. Like, dude, like, and I try to express the tightrope talking points of it. Are there different types of are there different experiences that different for better terms races experience here in the United States? Yes, but when you are going back and saying like, okay, maybe we shouldn't shit on somebody who feels like they're being picked on more, and maybe like explain your position and then go into like, maybe we should just stop having the cops pick on us, then this is the shit that I'm talking about. Like, it's the we want to feel better than everybody because we're more oppressed shit, and not do anything about it. Like, cool, if you fail, say if your strength, if your fury comes from feeling more oppressed, cool, I'm not gonna take that from you. But what are you gonna do about it? What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Because if you're not gonna do anything about it other than say I'm more oppressed, I'm kick back like, man, I'm sitting here waiting for the cops to motherfucking come and get my ass because I'm more pressed. It doesn't make you look motherfucking good. It looks like it's been said, it's smug and wrong. That's all it is. But let's continue.
The statistics may not bear out to that perception, but they wouldn't be
And the
wrong.
relation,
They wouldn't be wrong to say that they are still likely. They may be less likely than a black person, but that's not to say that they're not likely at all.
right? But there's a reason why you see black people at the front ends decrying about the injustice claim of police brutality, and not Asian Americans.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see anybody at the front end of anything anything that affects them more than others.
And again, depending on what era that we're talking about. Yes, I get it. Right now, black people have been running a strong first. But it was a reason why we had certain immigration acts, especially that was trying to be enforced on the West Coast. It's a reason why they're still here. The guy who's in Georgia that visited massage parlors with a gun. The reason why you have so many people who may have had illegal immigration status that work in, the sex trade, it's a reason why that shit happens. And for him to just like totally dismiss it because shit, we saw this traffic stop like this, it's belittling, it's unempathetic, and it's just fucking wrong. It's just motherfucking wrong. And the fact is, like, it's not that they don't want to work with these people. They don't want to work with anybody who's not super black or not just manually genuflex to, oh, the black conspiracy is the worst, and you got like, no, fuck no. It just sounds like you just want to be the most oppressed so you can get the most fucking points. And that shit is harmful. It is very, very harmful. It not only is harmful to the growth of your movement, it's harmful to the fact that these people who feel like they're fucking shut out, that still need that social and economic change that we all need. But you want to sit back with oppression points. Let's go.
Just how people are. It's I like, again, with regards to going back to ableism, with regards to people in wheelchairs, I support and would be all for. I would be on the ground supporting wheelchair bound people with regards to getting ramps put in. But they'll be the first one saying anything because that it affects them more than it affects me.
It's articulation of the injustice claim as it relates to the social position. So, like,
no, it does not have to do with the social fucking position. It's about how it affects me, how I feel about it. God damn. Like, is it so hard? Like, is it so hard for people to just say, like, yo, this shit affects me? And then because it affects me, it affects this person like me, and it affects this person like me. It is so hard for this motherfucker to think outside of social position, social position, social position, social position. He needs to social position that word up his own ass. He's disrespectful. Yeah, it's not even per capita, and yeah, skin tone correlates. But if it looks like if you look at it as economic, yeah, poor people get fucked, and not in a fun way. Although poor people do more fucking than rich people, but that's a whole different story. But they get fucked by the system.
If I'm an Asian American and I see that, like, I don't have a relationship with this institution the way that black people do. So if I'm going up there and being an advocate towards black people, I have to be able to understand all the intricacies of that injustice claim.
But my question to you is why does the intricacies? What is this? I just don't. I want you to explain in the simplest terms why that matters in a sense, like, because I can understand. I can understand any discrimination Asian people face. Like, I can understand Japanese internment, what we did to them during World War II. I may not have experienced it, but I can understand that just fine, that the state can crack down on basically anybody that looked Asian, and they just outright destroyed their fucking lives. And the generational issues that have followed since, that people are still picking up the pieces all these years later. I can understand that. So can you. And the contention is that you made from the very beginning, all this from Twitter to here, is that we can't. But we can't.
Let me ask. Not can't. It's just that the contextualization you have to contextualize the existence that these people are in. I'll give an example.
No, what the fuck? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This shit is fucking stupid. Why does he, like, you just refuted your own point and then you kind of try to go to something else. It's the fact that you can't have empathy for someone else, even though you're not exactly in their shoes. You can take your experience and try to correlate to what you experience to what they're saying, And like, yeah, that's a thing that can happen. It's called empathy.
Let me see where you're at on this. Right. So I'm just going to say something that is true. Black people are 12 times more likely to be incarcerated than white people in my state.
Yeah.
If I'm a Hispanic American, knowing that injustice claim, actually, let me just like, I'll take you out of it. Like, a Hispanic American comes up and says, Black and brown people are 12 times more likely to be incarcerated than their white counterparts. Is that a true statement?
Yeah. I don't know the statistics myself off the top of my head, but generally from what I do know, that would be true. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's true.
Right. I'll ask it again. I think you missed a part of it. Maybe it can have something. Like, in New Jersey,
this motherfucker literally, oh my god, he is literally doing the thing. Oh my god, he is literally doing the thing. He's literally doing the thing. He is about to literally just focus on black people as this super oppressed group, this super like special group that should not be included in the resolution. It should have a separate resolution other than what would be a resolution for everybody, just because black people. What? These people want to have the same bias that they claim white races have? What? No. Nobody has ever said that on this channel at least once a week. What? No.
Black Americans are 12 times more likely to be incarcerated than their white counterparts. That's a statistically true statement.
Right.
If a Hispanic American goes up to a podium and says, people of color are 12 times more likely than our white counterparts in being incarcerated, is that a true statement?
Well, now you said people of color instead of black people. Why'd you do that?
Why would somebody do that?
I'm asking you. You're like, why would they?
That's my question.
In your example, you say because the statistic is black people, but then you said this person is saying people of color. They wouldn't be correct because you're like, no, this is pertaining specifically to black people. They wouldn't be correct.
Would black and brown people be correct?
As the statement?
Yeah. If Hispanic American came up, when we know it's true that black people are 12 times more likely to be incarcerated than the white counterparts, and a Hispanic American came up there and said black and brown people are 12 times as likely to be incarcerated than white counterparts, is that a true statement?
It's not, because he's not repeating the statistic as it is, and that's why I'm asking you why is he suddenly saying black and brown people instead of just black people?
And that's a problem in advocacy, because if you're not that, the point I'm trying to make is that that's a common problem in the leftist.
He fucking did it. He fucking did it. Oh my fucking god. He fucking did it. He fucking did it. Oh my god. Look. I don't give a fuck about. I really don't. I really don't. I don't give a fuck if somebody attached themselves to a worse statistic in order to resolve a problem that's affecting a lot of people. I don't give a fuck if they're for the resolution of the problem that is affecting everybody. I don't give a fuck. That's got to be the dumbest thing to say. That is got to be the dumbest thing to fucking say. Because all that sounds like is that just sounds like I just want to you just overreacting. You're overreacting. You're just overreacting. That's got to be the dumbest fucking thing to say. Let's continue.
Like leftist and liberal advocacy, when in the face of a statistic, in the face of a situation, if you have an intimate relationship in just reading about death of groups.
But this was the example you made. I'm asking you, why is this person not just saying black people? Why would he say black and
Right.
brown? Why would he say
That's
black
my
and brown?
that's my point. So like, and one of the common problems, because one of the things that I mentioned, like the reason why the tweet exists is that I don't think white liberals and leftists are as good at talking about race as they think they are. Because what happens a lot of the time, this is something that Kamala Harris does. This is something that Joe Biden does. This is something that Democrats on like just on different levels of activity do. Is that when it comes to the face of being honest about a group of people, they overstate the claim. LGBT people aren't at danger in the United States.
Then the
Trans
issue is
people are in danger in the United States. And if
then
I were to
people
say, if I
Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? First of all, the fact that he's actually like doesn't, motherfucking he doesn't get the fact that if you're trying to resolve the problem for the worst affected group, it still is affecting the least affected part that may be included in that group. Secondly, you know that in the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that they were also targeting gay marriage. It's not that they want to actually just like, oh, once we finish with trans people, then we're just gonna leave it alone. No, that is. They're trying to pick a battle and trying to pick off the most marginalized group first, and then they can have strength to build up momentum to pick off another group, and then another group, and then another group. You don't fucking get. Oh my god! If you haven't done so, please, with everything holy, like the stream, because this is going to give me an aneurysm. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Wow, this is stupid. This is very stupid. Because we have instances where not just trans people have been discriminated against. The motherfucking I guess the log column Republicans were denied seats in the Republican National Convention because gay people bad. Yeah, exactly. I understand why Rico was smoking like cigarettes after cigarettes after cigarettes. Let's go.
I already say LGBT people are being targeted in the public school system, that is dishonest. If I say
in the Florida law, you couldn't even mention if you had a husband or a wife if they were part of your same gender. What the hell is he talking about? If they were in the same gender, you couldn't mention inside of the Florida "Don't Say Gay" law. It is literally It is literally called the "Don't Say Gay" law.
LGBT people are targeted through anti-LGBT legislation. That is dishonest because it's not true. But
I know that. But the issue is then it's less about race and more about people just either overstating a claim by.
I'm upset, and this is not upset, but I'm disappointed that Rico missed this because Joe just blatantly lied. But I know why he missed it, because Joe is trying to jump from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic. I have the benefit of, after the fact, responding to it. But yeah, no, Joe Lewis is just jumping from topic to topic to topic to topic to topic. All in this whole shotgun approach to say like, oh no, what I'm saying is actually right because reasons.
Adding on black and brown people, or saying all LGBT people when it's really just trans people. You know what I mean? Some people do it, some people don't. That's
right,
not
this is a common occurrence. This is a common occurrence in the modern zeitgeist, the conversation.
That has absolutely nothing to do with with race, that's just a thing people sometimes do. Some people will, to further their point or to really induce a panic or whatever the motivation may be, will overstate a claim. That's less an issue of white people or anyone, any specific demographic just being bad at it. It's just a thing that people do.
It's the thing that people does, right? But that's a confusing thing to do.
No, it's only confusing if you want to limit it to a specific group to show how oppressed this one group is versus the fact that you don't want to include everybody that may be affected with the struggle. It's only confusing to somebody like you who want to just say, and this is the problem that we have with a lot of these motherfuckers, right? And I'll say it. Recently watching the last like Demon Mama videos with the conversations he was having with Shark and Soul Bunny and like the couples review of the shit, and it was just like they do it in other places too. For instance, when Native Americans say don't talk about land back in a way that tries to use it to, excuse motherfucking retributive justice in places in Africa, they get mad because they're just trying to use their talking points and try to equate it to what they really want to use. It's obfuscation of different points. Yeah. No, because they're just targeting trans people, because no, they're not. They don't like any, like, fuck. Oh my God, who was that was just saying that? Like, that's just the hot button issue right now. It's so much other shit that they're targeting, that they're trying to get to, and you're just falling for, well, it's just this one battle. Let's go.
Where if you are, for example, Joe Biden, and you're talking about ways to advance equity and opportunity for Black Americans, why are you talking about other groups of people if you're talking about Black Americans?
And there it goes. This is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it is. This is exactly what it is. It's the fuck those other people. What's in it for Black folks? That's all this comes down to. Fuck those other people. What's in it for Black folks? And if you want to be like that, just say that bullshit. Like, it's okay. You can have that conversation. It won't make you look too particularly hot on the left, but you can just say that shit. Let's start. So Bunny did this with Demon Mama, and said the land back was started by exactly what I just said. But let's go.
So in my eyes, if you're talking about Black Americans, Black and brown should not exist in your argument. The argument should be about Black. And even
it's not as if Black and brown Americans don't face similar situations. If you're going to do a systemic treating of shit, it's going to affect everybody. I know the whole universal things. And look. I'm gonna state this. So, and this is not the first time I want to say it. Here, come closer. Let's go to me. These will be the type of people that would be against my quote unquote recovery for Black people. I know you're saying, like, Crimson. What do you mean you're recovering from Black people? I have a simple plan, pretty simple, to have an economic recovery for Black people. How about we do, I don't know, Medicare for all with a mental health component? What? I know, but it's not just for Black people. How about we do a Medicare for all with a mental health component? What point number one? Fuck, I probably lost mostly all of these other people. How about we do a Uh, why don't we do a I don't know, a if you live in your home that's being rented, you automatically own it, and the government pays the owner the value of the home. Instead of having people constantly rent and not build equity anywhere. Say if you live in a home and you rent, how about that? And it's an addendum to rule number 2. If you're living in a home and you live in the home, you get, I don't know, 50 grand, 100 grand to make all improvements up to code and standard. And whatever you don't have, you whatever you don't use, motherfucking, you can actually just motherfucking put that into not buying a different home, but improvements in, you know, fucking paying off utilities, buying furniture, or even, you know, making even additions to your home. You get, as long as you're living in that home, you actually get a motherfucking stipend from the government to do improvements, to buy you to pay off utilities, to motherfucking buy appliances. That no matter what. Um, and finally, let's after all that shit is done, let's give it just probably $500 to $1,000 of UBI. And these are the motherfuckers that be like, but it don't help just black people. So the fuck what? It helps everybody. They would have an issue with that because they have a need to feel fucking special. Instead of actually solving the issue, they would have a fucking need to feel special. I'm sorry. I went on a little rant there. Here, you said it before. This is why they don't talk about what the Black Panthers did to help all the poor kids in the U.S. Exactly, they don't. Yes, when they think free lunch, what do they think free lunch come from? All power to the people, not just these people or those people. Woke tips. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let's get back to it.
In certain press briefings, just as recently as I want to say like last year, if like not last year, excuse me, back in February, you had a situation where even when Joe Biden is bringing something up about equity towards Black Americans, he includes Black and brown multiple times in his statement. And so it's like, okay, are Black and like if you don't know and you don't have a racialized understanding, that can confuse people.
Then the argument is less about a racialized understanding and more need to state things more accurately, to be more specific in your statement. Because as it is, people tend to go with the most inclusive, broad statements that they can, and that's just, you can just say that that's wrong. It has nothing to do with him being white. It has nothing to do with anyone being Hispanic. It doesn't. It's just you're wrong to say that it's Black and brown when what you really mean is Black people experience this at this rate, Hispanic people experience this at this rate. And then if you want to get even more specific, you can break it down from like Black Caribbeans to Hispanic Caribbeans, this, that, and the third. Like if you're going to Asians, you go
like when I say that this motherfucker sounds like how he just say, let's focus on the black people. Like, and I say they woke hoteps. Like, this is no different from the shit that Umar Johnson says. Includes all black people and just say, oh no, the African diaspora. Which really just means that the dark-skinned monolith. That shit is just... Do you want to help out poor people or not? Seriously, do you want to help out poor people or not? This, and I've said it before, this is what leads to the whole idea. It leads to the irrational fear that if black people get power, all black people get power, but it's going to lead to revenge policies. It leads to that. And I don't understand why they don't see this bullshit. Even if it's a front, even if it's like fucking lie put up that says like, hey, we need all poor people to actually experience this, even if it's this fucking honest. But at least you have the opportunity to just cloak your true intentions behind a group that's fucking bigger than just you. But they can't do that. They can't fucking do that. They're so fucking. Oh, it's just that have to be me. Just have to be me. Just have to be me. And that's not what leftism is. It's a collectivism. Not me. We. And then they will start throwing out people who are problematic to what they really want. Oh God. Fuck.
So like fucking Laotians, like if you want to be specific, like if you're asking for more specific language rather than
here, the way they're targeting trans people is how they targeted black people 50 years ago. Exactly. What is a white person and what is a black person? Where is white land? Where is black land? The problem is when Dr. Umar argues with the red pill, it makes him look reasonable. Hot take. Destiny understands that race more than that. That's not a hot take. That's not a hot take. That's not a hot take at all. That's not a hot take at all. And I think Destiny says some really, really, racist and insensitive racial shit. I really do. I fucking really do. I think a lot of his takes are from not just because he's motherfucking he's quote unquote white, however you want to fucking call that, is because he has money. A lot of his fucked up takes are because he has money and he wants to secure that shit. But yeah, and I'm not a Destiny fan. I think that he's a petulant little child, and a lot of times I think that his policies, when he's upset and emotional, he goes from I need to be right to be motherfucking I need to win. And this is not a bad thing in a lot of cases, but he actually feels shit really, really deeply. Like when he gets friends with somebody, and even though he thinks that they're going to use him to hurt his feelings later, he still will try to be friends. So, like, no. And I've actually made this public. I think that motherfucker is a spiteful little motherfucking piece of shit at a lot of times. But when it comes to like, okay, let's make sure that we have peace and not just the absence of violence, but peace and prosperity for a lot of people, I tend to think that his policy is a little bit more gracious. But yeah, no. I'd make him qualify the categories and names that the metrics that would qualify a person. They're not going to qualify a person because as soon as somebody like Joe Lewis actually says, whoa, this person, and then you like, well, this particular person, no, just black people. Not really a fan of Destiny's politics, but I'll die on this hill. Dumb. Somebody gives this fool a sucker. Paul Mooney the complexion for the protection of the collection.
Inclusive language, broadly inclusive language. That's an entirely separate argument.
But no, that's an argument that's tied to my point. Because if you spend your time only having relationships with these groups in the lens of death, trauma, and harm, you might create poor conclusions and poor arguments when you're trying to articulate that injustice claim. For instance, for reparations.
But Candace Owens comes out and says something wrong all the time about black people, Hispanic people, this, that, and the third, all the time. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But you said that she would be better suited to speak on these things than a white person. A white person can absolutely get it right. And
he did say that. He fucking did say that. He did say that. Now he's gonna try to walk it back. He did say that. That's what he said. That was a comment that he said. He said he will listen to Candace Owens over race issues rather than a white person.
And white leftists get it right way more often than Candace Owens does.
But it's not about being right. It's about having a compelling argument that you can point to. That's what makes Candace Owens dangerous. She's dangerous because she's able to, no different than Clarence Thomas. They are able to use the social position of blackness.
How? Fucking how? They don't use their social position. They use the fact that they are their melatonin is a specific type of melatonin. I don't. Rico, when you watch this shit back, I applaud you, my motherfucking brother, because I would have called him on his shit right then and there. I would have said, "Fuck you! Why are you lying?" They're using it as a shield to because they're using their blackness, the skin color, because people aren't looking at Candace Owens' social positioning. They're not looking at Clarence Thomas' social positioning that he's a Supreme Court justice. No, they see a black person, somebody has skin that's darker than mine. Sit back and say, "Hey, black people don't need this," or "Black people are this, black people are that." They're not looking at their house. They're not looking at their motherfucking bank account. They're not looking at their statement of ownership. They're looking at their skin. And for you, Joe Lewis, to be oh so smart, and come to this dumb fucking conclusion, it's either that you're fucking dumb or dishonest. I tend to think that you're just being dishonest. I know you shouldn't attribute to malice what can easily be contributed to stupidity. But the fact that you went back and forth on this, I tend to think that you're being a little bit dishonest. Oh, God. I'm thirsty and I'm hot. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm sorry. I had to give me some water. I I just don't know. I just don't know. Let's go.
As a cudgel to advocate for aspiration at the expense of black people. So Clarence Thomas can point to affirmative action and say, I only got in here because of affirmative action. And because people perceived me to be in this institution because of affirmative action, I received poor consequence. I shouldn't feel the need to lack of belonging.
That's what
They still was looking at his race, dog. They still was looking at his race. Oh my God, they were still looking at it. Oh.
I want to ask you then, because going back, you said that it's not about being right, it's about being compelling, and you're arguing that Candace is more compelling because she's black.
No, she's more compelling because by her living within the social position of blackness, she's able to connect her argument.
But she wasn't. Literally, she wasn't. Her family was wealthy. It wasn't about social positioning. Her family was wealthy.
To her identity in a way that's compelling to other people. If she was only using data for her arguments, she might miss particular nuances. But because she's engaging with these institutions as a black woman and the social position of what that means, she's able to use her experience and her life to connect to her politics. And if you only are able to connect the politics through reading and proximity, you might overstate the claim and overstate the argument.
Reading proximity. hey, you poor white people, Hispanic people, and natives, even though you may have lived in the same neighborhood or just one motherfucking street over, and you have actually experienced some of the same things, just not the super being black part, you won't understand how, being over policed would affect you. You don't understand that. Even people who like maybe from Slavic or um, other countries that have been oppressed because they're just immigrants. Even though you may have experienced that, because you're not black, you don't know how it is to be over policed.
When you're trying to articulate things, so like you might be able to be really strong about racialized prisons.
Let's go back a second. Like, what's the difference between being right and being compelling? Because people can be compelling and be wrong the entire fucking time.
Right.
You know what I mean? The whole point and contention here is that Candace Owens is better suited to speaking on black people and black issues, this, that, and the third, because she's black. But she's wrong all the time. It doesn't matter if she's more compelling. She's wrong all the time.
Being compelling is living in a country where we don't treat Andrew Jackson and Adolf Hitler in the same group. We have a culture that considers that the statement that
But we're moving to that direction. And like let's be fucking honest. He's only saying Andrew Jackson. I can almost guarantee that he's not talking about the native slaughter that Andrew Jackson did. I can almost guarantee. Old Hickory. I can almost guarantee that's not that's not the phrase that he's using it for.
I love Andrew Jackson. He is one of the most influential people in American history, and you could say that in front of a group of people, and they would agree with your argument. But if I were to say that Hitler is one of the most influential people in American history, and it's good that we had Hitler,
that's not the same. That's not the same. That's not the same. If you would have said in Germany, then that's a different conversation. That is not the same. You are too stupid to make analogies. Again, is he dishonest or is he dumb? That is not the same. Oh my God. The fucking brain damage. Oh my God. Let's go.
You would not be allowed on the internet, but we have a culture where we don't treat
neo-Nazis say that shit all the time. They're allowed on the internet. Motherfucking Nick Fuentes is say that shit all the time, and he's allowed on the internet. Fucking Pearl just made a song on the bullshit, and she's allowed on the internet. How fucking dare you? Get out of your fucking leftist ass hug box and deal with the shit. Oh God. Get out of your fucking hug box and deal with the shit. But he won't. He won't. Like, I know this motherfucker, Joe Lewis, won't talk to somebody like me. I know because he's a fucking coward. But let's go.
Andrew Jackson on the same level as Hitler. That's compelling arguments. That's creating a culture of compelling arguments. Where we have
a culture of compelling arguments.
We have people who participated in genocide on our currency that we then distribute for goods and services. And then in the face of that, saying that this is wrong, we shouldn't use our currency and glorify genocidal maniacs and as exchange of goods and services. So when we wanted to replace Andrew Jackson on the $20 bill, no one batted an eye, and people cheered when they said Harriet Tubman.
Yeah,
and if you don't understand why that's racist, that's a problem. Both actions are racist.
Wait, what? What? How? Fucking how? Fucking how? What? How? How? This man literally says that the fact that when people's like, yeah, Andrew Jackson has a fucking issue, and they went to go replace him on the $20 bill, and people were like Harriet Tubman, and there were people that was like, yeah, no, cool, that's great, and was trying to, and it's actually still in the process of doing it. It was a it was a it was racist. How? Fuck how? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Distributing currency from Andrew Jackson is racist, and saying I'm going to replace Andrew Jackson with Harriet Tubman is also racist.
What does this have to do with?
Wait. How? Fuck. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's see something. Let's go back a little bit.
What makes Candace Owens right to speak about
is racist, and saying I'm going to replace Tubman.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Give me a second. Because I have to tweet this shit. I'm sorry. Good, I had to make sure that I didn't have anything crazy on my screen. Does he do his with like? I just don't understand that one. I just don't understand that one. So I'm looking for like how that is gonna be a resolution. I don't know. Okay.
And if you don't understand why that's racist, that's a problem. Both actions are racist. Distributing currency from Andrew Jackson is racist, and saying I'm going to replace Andrew Jackson with Harriet Tubman is also racist.
Hello, I'm too ignorant. He's interrupting, interrupting, disrespectful, discriminatory, and dumb. I would have been called him out of his name and told him eat a bowl of cereal, a bowl of dicks with a spoon. Yeah, no.
What does this have to do with what makes Candace Owens more compelling or right to speak about black issues than a white person?
So yeah, I'm glad he brought it back. I would have fell for the bait. I would have fell for that bait. But yeah,
the argument I'm trying to make here is that it doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It matters if it's compelling, because the argument that putting
Oh, great! So you're a dumb fuck. You're mesmerized by shiny shit. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. It just matters if it's compelling. Joe, squirrel.
But what makes her more compelling? What makes Candace Owens specifically more compelling? We're not arguing about right or wrong. What makes Candace Owens more compelling to speak about black when she speaks about black issues and such than a white person?
Because she uses her blackness and connects it to aspiration. That's
he dropped the mask now. She uses her blackness. She uses the fact that she's black, not social class. She uses the fact that she's black. Oh, he finally dropped the fucking mask. He finally dropped the motherfucking mask. Because that's all it is. She uses the fact that she's black. Just say that, dog. Just say that. Fuck, let's continue.
the grift.
I'm not asking what she uses. I'm asking what makes her, to you, what makes her more compelling
She does.
than a white person.
It's not. I don't think that she is compelling. But the point that I'm trying to make is that if you're looking to convince a group of people in your argument and convince a group of people that this is something we ought to do, she can use her identity and her relationship of her identity and the social position that exists within that.
If he would have just said her identity as a black woman, that would have just ended. He has to keep going back to this social position. Is it like doggy style? Is it cowgirl? Is it reverse cowgirl? Is it froggy? I mean, like, can we get a rusty trombone in here? Like, what the fuck? And I'm sorry, guys. They doing some repair work, so I'm sorry about that.
And she connects that to aspiration. So I'm black and all these things happened to me and these were terrible and these were awful things, but that doesn't mean I can't do these things. That doesn't mean I can't stop and do these things. I worked really, really hard. People looked at me not because I'm black, but because of the merit that I brought to the table. And because she has the relationship of black life and is able to connect that, she's able.
Because she was black, she was able to, like, I know, like, these people actually do a lot of scripted shit, and they have to hit some magical word counter on their script. But life isn't a script, dog. Life is not a script. But let's go.
To point to something and point to nuance and complexities that you can't just wholesale debunk in real time. That's what makes it difficult to engage.
It's called a Gish Gallop. You're familiar with it. You've been doing it. That's just called a Gish Gallop, dog. Like, wait, like, you're just now knowing what a Gish Gallop is? I'm surprised.
With her.
I'm not asking what makes her difficult to engage with. I'm not asking what makes her more compelling. I'm asking why you said that that Candace Owens is better to speak about black issues than a white person.
Right. Well, again, you asked about compelment, and that's my point. Where if you're able to connect,
but it's to you. I'm asking to you.
She's
like,
not compelling to me.
Then would a white person be more compelling to speak about black issues than her? To you?
It's going to be contextual in how what that looks like. The point that I'm trying to make here is that if you overinvest in your education about injustice with black death, black trauma, and black harm, you might overstate those claims as it relates to black life and experience. So if you're
people can overstate claims all the time, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking obviously it definitely depends on the context of what the white person is saying, right? Like, because they can get it wrong they can get it wrong for sure. But like, if a white person says an objectively correct fact as it pertains to black people, they say black people are more likely to be arrested and convicted for a drug related crime than a white person. They would be objectively correct in stating that. But Candace Owens would come out and say, no, blah, 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 no, that's not true, blah, blah, blah. Would that not make the white person more compelling than Candace Owens?
No, because the reason why it makes Candace Owens more compelling is that she's able to relate it to conservative values. And one of the conservative values is the idea that your individual actions will lead to outcomes.
So it's not about her being black, it's about her being conservative? I know that's not the right thing. I understand that. But that's just the retort that he just offered. No, it's just literally because she's black. And she's saying things that conservatives like to say. Just say that. Fuck. Just say that. Don't try to make it into some, it's about a social positioning and it's about, no, like, she looks black and she's saying the shit that conservatives want to hear. What's compelling is she's saying the shit that conservatives want to hear. What's motherfucking giving it extra weight is because she's black. That's the thing. That is the thing. Just say that.
And if you go through individual actions that are criminal and undesirable, then you should not be surprised if you end up in those situations. So she will use the social position that black people have, and the social position has a relationship with the criminal justice system. She'll use that as a cudgel to justify whatever thing that she's saying. So basically what she's doing is that she's using the vulnerabilities of black people as a weapon against other black people within her arguments. And the problem is, if you only have a relationship with black death, trauma, and harm, you might run into a situation where you overstate a claim of something, and then you just reinforce her argument as you're arguing with her.
So his contention is that if you're either purposely or unpurposely hyperbolic against somebody who's also being purposefully or unpurposefully hyperbolic, then you lose the argument. Has he not heard people argue on the internet? I mean, like, has he not heard people argue on the internet? Huh? Wait, what? Okay, yeah, let's go.
Instead of saying, there's a social position that exists with criminality, and because of that social position, that leaves black people in a sensitive situation that leads them to being targets to these institutions in this way. And you have to articulate it in a way not only that is correct, but that is also compelling. Because
so what makes her compelling is because she's black, basically.
No, it's because of it's because of the social position of that existence.
I'm telling you, if I would have did a drinking game with social positioning, I would have been dead. But Rico just said it because she's black.
It's not by virtue of her blackness. There's a social position that exists by being perceived as black in the United States.
Distinction without difference. It's not because she's black, but her social position, because she's perceived as black. You said a lot of words is she's believable because she looks black. That's it. You just said a lot of words just to say that because she looks black.
What's the difference between her blackness and the social position of blackness? What is the difference?
Yeah, blackness is there's just the blackness of being a black person, but then
no, they're using her blackness to push talking points in anybody else again. But both sides say, yeah, no. So I'm loving this question. What does her blackness mean? Let's go back just a little bit.
What is the difference?
Yeah, blackness is there's just the blackness of being a black person, but then there is the blackness of the lineage that exists within that. So for Candace Owens,
she's a very wealthy black woman, so she has long since lost her proximity to the average black.
Right, but she didn't inherit wealth by being in proximity to blackness.
No,
she's in proximity to whiteness, and her wealth is because of her white husband. And
No. Oh my God. Did he just say that Candace Owens married up? He just said Candace Owens married up. Wow. Okay. He just said the reason why Candace Owens is wealthy is because her white husband. Not because she was, doing the whole real pure black shit and all this other good shit and start just like playing to an audience and like start selling out her blackness in order to get money from conservative bases, but because of her white husband.
Well, not before, but she got wealthy before her white husband.
That's not true. That's categorically not true. She's only rich because of her white husband. Categorically.
She was a successful right-wing political commentator to fire a couple before her announcement to be, being married.
But that's not abject. But that's not abject generational wealth.
We know the contracts that the Daily Wire offers. I'm sorry, if you're offered $50 million, you're offering $50 million to Candace Owens, one of the big pushers of the Daily Wire. Excuse me. If you're offering it, let me correct. If you're offering $50 million to Steven Crowder for a 4-year contract, that's generational wealth, you dumb fuck. And Lord knows how much they're offering to Candace Owens. How the fuck could you say that? Whatever you may think of her fucking politics, she helped build the Daily Wire. And for you to say that she wasn't independently wealthy before she got married, go suck a dick. That's just disrespectful. That is just disrespectful. Because you married your husband, that's when you became rich. Wow. I did not think that these people would have me defend Candace Owens of all people.
Because she piggybacked along the lineage line of somebody that was significantly wealthier than her.
But we're not talking about.
That's the benefit of being. That's the benefit of social positions. The benefit of social.
No, it wasn't social position that she benefited from. It was sexual. She married somebody. By your own logic, she married somebody that had money, even though she had money herself. Like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? I don't know. Wow, this is dumb.
Positions for a black woman in the United States is that if you marry up, and this is dangerously complicated rhetoric, by the way.
But she's not. We're not talking about generational wealth in this specific instance. We're talking about her proximity to the average black experience that she's long since lost touch with.
She's long since lost touch with due to the steps that she made to be in proximity to whiteness, insofar as even marrying a rich white man. She didn't go out and do a rich black man, conservative grip, and marry.
So it's not about her dating marrying a black person. And again, you get this anti-misogynistic shit. Not misogynistic, anti-miscegenation shit right here. This is some anti-miscegenation shit. Like, okay, let's go. She didn't marry a rich black man. She went for a rich white man. Yeah.
Asian man, she went out and married a rich white man, which gives her a different relationship to the lineage line, because now her lineage line is tethered to the lineage line of her spouse.
But she isn't.
Like, his whole thing about lineage lines and shit like that, he's just talking about bloodlines. He's doing blood quantum shit. Lineage lines, and because of your blood, one drop rule, one this, like, literally, he's just doing blood quantum shit.
How can she be compelling if she's more at this point, especially more connected to whiteness and white generational wealth than she is to blackness and black generational anything? How could she be more compelling? She's not, because your argument is that she's more compelling because of her proximity to black social standing and whatnot, but she's not, and she hasn't been for a long time.
It's not. So how could she's not, because she's not trying to point to things like socialism, Marxism, Marxist-Leninism, and different expressions of black nationalism. She's trying to point to meritocracy, individuality, and what we believe is like conservative American values. So in the vein of the group that she is trying to convince, her argument is compelling. But if she were to use the same arguments and try to connect it to socialism, it would no longer make sense. So if you are trying to engage with her and your only relationship with these institutions is these conversations about death, life, and harm, the intricacies of life. There's an existence of Black life that will lead to capitalism, but there's also an existence of Black life that will lead to socialism.
So it's not. Is he what he's saying now? Is that and this is going to be very, very simplistic from what he's trying to say, but he's just saying that because she's black, she's tending to, I don't know, I guess that people expect her to be a socialist because she's black, because, you know, blackness equals socialism. But she's doing um, conservatism and meritocracy. So because she's doing conservative and meritocracy, she's more appealing. But it kind of asks the question, as Rico asks, to her audience, why is it more compelling that she's actually saying it? It's because she's black. People look at a black woman saying that, hey, I believe in conservative values like you do. So listen to me, because that's what it really is. And like he doesn't want to say that because it again destroys his point. But let's go.
And the differences of how Black people get to those conclusions is important. And if you're only in proximity to that by virtue of reading about these things, you might miss those subtleties. Like one of the things that's like pretty heavy misinformation is that the Black Panther Party, in terms of Bobby Seale and Huey Newton, especially Bobby Seale, is that and Elaine Brown, is that they were socialists. That's not true. They were a Marxist-Leninist movement.
Well, we actually have it now. Distinction that Marxist Leninists aren't socialists. Yay! I'm sure some tankies want to have a conversation with you about that, but he's actually saying it. Marxist Leninists aren't socialists. I don't think that's the flex that you think it is, dog. I don't think that's the flex that you think it is. When you say Marxist Leninists aren't socialists. But go ahead, King. Go ahead, King.
And if you are
I'm right here, Rico. I'm right here with you, man. I am right here with you. By the way, if you haven't done so, like the stream. Please like the stream. Like the stream.
Poor about talking about the Black existence, you might come to a poor conclusion that they were socialists. They were not socialists. They were categorically Marxist-Leninists.
But listen,
if you don't understand the nuances of that existence, you might come to poor conclusions when you articulate your arguments.
But white people, I would say a poor white person has a much closer to proximity, which a lot of white leftists are. Poor white people have a much closer proximity to the Black social standing than a wealthy Black woman like Candace Owens. So why is it that a white leftist is less suited to speak on these issues than Candace Owens? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why is it? Why, in the simplest reason, because you say there's a distinction. It's not because she's Black, but it's because her proximity to Black social standing. But she has no proximity to Black social standing.
She does, because you can't, like, she can get a PhD, but she's still an NIGGER. Like,
So yes, blackness means because Tam. I'd rather be an NIGGA so we can get drunk and smoke weed all day. It don't matter if you love me, baby. You need a thug in your life, cause busters ain't loving you right. I'd rather be Okay, no more Pac, no more Pac. As a matter of fact, they actually had a break in the Pac case recently. That shit is awesome. All right, let's go.
And that's the difference, where it doesn't matter.
So it's because she's Black.
No, it's because there's a reason why you can look at Candace in the face of a PhD.
It's because she's Black. No. It's because you can look at Candace.
And still call her the N-word. There's a reason why that's so powerful. There's a reason why if Black people move up the social ladder, you will always get reminded that you are a member of that group. There is a visual component to that. And the visual
I wonder what the visual component is. I wonder what the visual component is. Please. God damn it. All right, let's go.
component points to something.
Because it's because she's Black is what you're saying. It's because she's Black. That's the qualifier.
No, but the problem is when people hear it's just because she's Black, they will come to poor essentialist conclusions and not understand that, just by being Black.
But that's what you're arguing in a lot of words, but that's what you're arguing.
You inherit social positions. If I am like, does it look like I'm a transracial? Let me ask you this.
She may have inherited Black social standing, but
yeah. How do you inherit Black social standing?
But she's long since moved. She's long since separated herself from the Black social standing she might have grew up with or born into, and just the average Black person. She's long since separated herself from that. But your argument is that she's still more compelling. Again, what you're saying is because she's Black.
No. I'm saying that because she has a relationship with Black life and Black existence, she's able.
The relationship that she's long since separated herself from. Her motherfucking husband owned Parlor. What the fuck? I own this rinky dink YouTube channel and I don't even own that shit. YouTube is allowing me. Okay, Noble. That's fine. I'm gonna see this shit through. I have 40 more minutes of this shit. All right, let's go.
Able to use that within her arguments in a way that is compelling. And if you only engage with these things by being an outside observer and being in proximity as these things, you're going to miss certain nuances. For example, Blair White is trans. I am cis. So any type of poor analysis that I have to a trans existence, Blair White can weaponize that and say, see, this is why there's problems, because they don't even know what we even go through.
You're making the same fucking argument that people are using their identity as a shield. Literally, you dumb fuck. Yes, there are gonna be people that's gonna disingenuously say, because you're not exactly part of this group, you don't fucking understand. Because you don't exactly know my pain, you don't understand. It's disingenuous. Literally, it is. And I'm gonna be very honest with you. And oh god, this is gonna get me canceled. This is gonna get me canceled. And I'm putting this main screen for this. If you're engaging someone because they share your identity, not because they're right, not because they're helpful, but just because you're engaging with somebody because they share your identity, then you're doing it wrong. You're fucking doing it wrong. If you believe that somebody is right because they have the same identity you have, then that's fucked up. That means you're mentally lazy, and it means that you're not fucking curious. It's fucking wrong. But let's get back to it.
But
they don't know anything about the reason why detransitioners are so powerful is because detransitioners point to a existence and life of trans people that's nuanced and complicated, and cis folks use that as a weapon against trans people, and trans people know that this exists. They
okay, just somebody says something as part of the group they represent. They're not a monolith. They're not the president of the trans people, or the president of the black people, or the president of the Hispanic people, or the president of the fucking native people, or the president of the Latino people. They're not the president. They don't speak as a monolith. Oh my god. Fuck. Let's go.
You don't have to go to a trans person and know that like detransitioners are being used as a cudgel against other trans folks. But if you only have relationships with trauma and harm, You might overstate the claim when you're trying to articulate your points and arguments.
But we can all understand each other's context, the full nuance and context around it. Everyone can, just as easy as we can overstate or understate something. In like that's just a thing people can and do.
Right.
But my question is, what does that? Is the question I've asked you multiple times now, and I want to ask one last, because we're almost at 2 hours. I want to ask one. I want to ask one, just one last time, in the clearest, simplest terms, with the knowledge, with the foundational knowledge that we both understand the full context and nuances of blackness, black identity, black history, such and such. Why is it that Candace Owens is more compelling? My argument, the argument that I believe that you're making, is that it's because she's black. But you keep saying it's not. That's not the case. It's not because she's black. It's because of her proximity to blackness and the black experience. But that's a distinction without a difference. She is black. That's what I'm telling you, what you've been arguing this whole time, is that it's because she's black, and that a white person can't understand to that degree because they're not black. But my argument has been that we can understand. We absolutely can. Like, the white people absolutely can understand the nuances and the context surrounding it, and can be better suited to speak on black issues, and especially someone like Candace Owens. So I want you to just, in simple terms, tell me why you think Candace Owens is more compelling.
I don't believe Candace Owens is more compelling.
I will never,
ever
you just
say
said
that she's more compelling. The reason why I'm talking about compelling is within the ideology that she exists in. That's in the context. If I were to ever to make the claim that Candace Owens is more compelling, she's more compelling in the context of being a conservative, talking about conservatism.
Why?
Because when she expands outside of conservatism, her arguments no longer make sense, and they no longer.
Why?
With that,
why is she more compelling? Why? Why is she more compelling to conservatives? You don't want to answer that question. Stop with the bullshit. Stop dodging. I mean, like, damn, he dodges better than fucking Gohan. Dodge!
That being said, one of the things that frustrates me about race in the United States is that we attach it to skin tone. And that's just a default because we're really poor about talking about race. When in reality, race is lineage. It's a closer tie to lineage. It's not even a closer tie. It is lineage. And it's lineage.
I never heard of the rich race. I'm sorry, and the poor race. Wait, what? Wait, what? The rich race. Okay. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans.
Based on certain characteristics. It's by our perception of being perceived as being a member of sub-Saharan Africa. For Hispanics, it's a shared language. For Asian Americans, it's a shared part of living on the side of the earth. And
that's culture. That's culture. And he just did a hasty generalization. Like, did he just say for Asian Americans it's about living on a specific side of the earth? Wow. Fucking wow. It's about living on the specific side of the earth. Not culture, not a general kind of like a fusion of different, religious or social constructions. And I say religious and social constructions because, again, we have Taoism, we have Confucianism, which kind of laced its way through East Asian cultures. But you also have to remember that people that are in India are still in Asia. People that are in the fucking Indonesia are still in Asia. You have to remember this shit. But just Asian. And Hispanic people don't all just speak Spanish. Some of them is Portuguese. Like, this is the level of, incuriousness of a lot of these people. They just see a group and then just assign one specific thing. Did you know, like, just going back to the whole Asian American thing, or did you know that there are two types of anime now? There's Chinese anime and Japanese anime. Like, seriously, yeah, it is a difference. But fuckers like this would not understand the difference. So Bilby is a Chinese anime studio, or Bilbil. I don't know what the fuck it's called. But people like this will never understand that difference. But let's go.
When we all ended up being in America, we adopted different social positions of being associated with that lineage. For example, if I were to say that black people are poor, which we are, and then the black immigrant says that's not true. It's not true because that black immigrant has a different lineage line. They have a different relationship in the United States. They may be a member of the identity.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Now we're on personal experiences now. We're on personal experiences now. I what? I okay. Okay. Wow. Fucking wow.
Identifiable group, but they only inherit that lineage. You don't see the nuances of somebody just by looking to someone, but you can, however, associate lineage that exists within that because a black immigrant was discriminated against during the civil rights movement. No different than their American descendant counterpart.
It's almost as if that people aren't looking at somebody's heritage or looking at their bank account or looking at, their specific social status. They're looking at them, looking at how they look to determine if they're part of a group or not. I know, weird, right? Weird. But let's continue.
There's a reason why Kwame Ture was an immigrant. And there's a reason,
Right.
and there's a reason why he lived longer than his contemporaries. And then when you want to engage with that, that's where these contradictions lie. Where it's like, well, how is it that
Going back to use contradictions, it's not a contradiction. It contradicts what somebody thinks, and they should learn from the different evidence. But it's not just some standing contradiction where we have facts and data that goes against your fucking feeling. Oh my god, let's go.
if you're a black immigrant in the United States and you come to America post 2000, why is everybody that looks like me suffering? I'm doing just fine. Why can't they do what I can do? That's because your lineage is different. Different.
Then I will just.
But you are still labeled as black. Does he not get that? That these people are still labeled as black and still are treated remarkably close to somebody who's been here for generations because of how they look? Does he not understand that bullshit? All right, let's go. Fuck.
So correct me if I'm wrong. I'll wrap it up with this. You personally do not find Candace Owens more compelling, right?
No.
That's what you said.
No.
You said you would never say that she's more compelling.
No, I would.
But on that, and at the same time, she is objectively compelling on her own. Like, not this, again, how you feel about her is separate from this. She is more compelling because of her proximity to blackness, right?
And she's more compelling when she is trying to articulate her argument about black life as it relates to her political position.
Why did you have to make that distinction? Because you're trying to set yourself up for a way out of this stupid shit that you're saying. Why is she more compelling? What gives her more, theoretical, well, fuck it. What gives her more social clout when she's saying the same conservative shit that a lot of conservatives like to hear? What gives her more clout?
Okay. And all right, so that's I just want to make sure I was understanding what your what your position is on this, because I do not want to mischaracterize you. I want to make sure we're on the same page as to what you're saying. So with that, with all that, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and with that being said, like the one thing that like some folks were looking for when I was on Twitter, it's like, well, what do we do about that? And it's like, what you do about that is being in community with these people and prioritizing the research and understanding and modes of knowledge about life and existence. That's the core of like what I think we should do, is that we need to, while black death, trauma, and harm are important things, but we got to stop talking about slavery. We got to stop talking about Jim Crow.
But
like, especially white people.
Wait, what? Let me run that shit back.
Death, trauma, understanding, and Twitter, it's like, well, what do we do about that? And it's like, what you do about that is being in community with these people and prioritizing the research and understanding and modes of knowledge about life and existence. That's the core of like what I think we should do, is that we need to, while black death, trauma, and harm are important things, but we got to stop talking about slavery. We got to stop talking about Jim Crow.
But
especially white people.
This whole conversation has been talking about black death and legacy of blackness and legacy of social position. All to say that we have to stop talking about slavery and Jim Crow. No wonder why he believes Candace Owens more than anything, because he has similar talking points. What the fuck? Wow.
My last thing, a point I want to make, or at least ask to make sure I'm understanding. White people don't, or I don't know which one, either don't or can't understand the black experience. You're saying they can't, right? That they can't understand it because is it because they're white, or because they lack proximity to black?
There are limitations that white people have by existing as white people in the United States, and the social position and the lineage that exists within that. So if you know that limitation exists,
the limitation is what specifically? Just in simple words, like, what is the limitation of white people? What is that limitation?
The limitation manifests itself as, if you only are experiencing this thing by observing it, you might miss certain nuances that come with existing as a member of that group.
Oh, okay. That's not specific to just black people and white people. That's specific to, I work in customer service. People who don't work in customer service may not understand it. It's not a genetic or melatonin thing. It's hey, with our human experiences, we try to learn as much as we can about other people to, simulate or adapt with their feeling. Even though it may not be perfect, we may understand. We can probably understand it. It's like empathy was lost with this dumb fuck. But let's go.
So if you are somebody
anybody can miss those nuances, but there are those who don't. There are those who get it right. There are those who do understand the nuances and the full context surrounding these things. But are you saying that they just can't understand the nuances?
No, I keep saying that these are limitations. Limitations exist for everybody. However, when we are looking for
Are you saying that they can't do it? It's a limit of what they can do. Limitations exist for everybody. Yes, you just said if they have a limit, that means that they can't do it. Instead of saying it would be incredibly difficult, it'd be incredibly hard. No, it's a limitation.
White people to be on our side, to being able to fight with us within our injustice in the United States. White people don't have the luxury of getting it wrong. because if they get it wrong, we suffer the consequences. We suffer the consequences of the civil rights movement. We are going to suffer the consequences of affirmative action.
But that's a separate issue. Someone getting it wrong is one thing, but the limitations is not what I'm understanding. What is the limitation? What is limiting? What specifically is limiting white people from understanding us in the full context and nuance? What is limiting us?
The institutions,
not limiting us, limiting them.
The institutions that are designed for their comfort, that are designed for never like when.
So it's not because they're white. It's let's just say as the institutions. I'll pick one. The education system limits their understanding because of how say Black history is taught. Is that correct?
I mean, there's like let's like state the problem. Like let's state the.
I mean, like, I'm worried. I'm glad I talked to Rico after this shit because he looks like he's having a fucking aneurysm. My man is literally closing one eye, inhaling a cigarette because it's at this point, it's the stupidity of it. Let's go.
The position, right?
I'm at
the problem, right? Like
I'm not. It's where I don't want to talk about the problem. I'm talking about the limitation. What specific is the limitation?
Yeah, if you are in a teacher education system, and the people who are teaching you are white, and the people that you are used, and the people who are used to contextualize your existence are also white, and the people who are used to praise you and to praise the existence and who help build this country are also white, and then you are in a room as a teacher full of Black kids, you might have certain limitations due to your teacher training and education. Because in the United States, white women's existence exists clearly and visibly, all the way to the teacher in the classroom, to the principal that you go down to talk to.
Okay, there's two ways that this argument can actually go. One, is he saying that white women have never been discriminated against? If he's saying that, then like he's not. Oh God. We're it's almost finished. It's almost finished. Is he literally saying that white women have not been able to understand oppression, or is he saying that? I don't know what the fuck is he saying. My head hurts. My fucking head hurts. I literally had to stop drawing, guys, because this shit is hurting my head. All right, let's go.
Yeah, but again, that's separate, right? Like again, that's not so much as a limitation as it is just being poorly taught. You can unlearn the things you were poorly taught. You know what I mean?
When should that intervention happen?
At any point in time in your life, you can unlearn the bad. I mean, that's the whole thing with a lot of white leftists who talk about the about Black history and whatnot. It's a lot of them acknowledge that they were poorly taught Black history.
Sure, but then why?
So they go out of their way to learn the full context and nuances. So I don't understand how there's a limitation of any kind, because a limitation implies that that it's just you can't. Like, when you say there's a limitation, you're saying that they can't go. There's a limit to their understanding. They can't go past. But you can. There is no limit.
The limitation is an ongoing process. Like if you didn't know trans people existed until 2020, which I would argue is where a lot of people ran into that, you're going to have a long and arduous task, as Anna Kasparian is showing in real time, of understanding the nuances of trans life.
But that's that's the acknowledgement that you can, that there is no limit. You can just be wrong, and then you either double down on being wrong, or you can change.
The limitation is comfort, friend. The limitation is that you never had to engage with how your existence hurts other people. And in real time, we are seeing, because of
I'm not going to speak on the Young Turks thing, because I think the left really is... Their reaction to the shit is incredibly wrong and incredibly... you're not following exactly how I want to feel, so you're as bad as Nazis. I'm not going to speak on that. I guess I just did. But for you to throw that out there, is that it just seems like you're trying to throw that out there as a way of dodging. You're in fucking incredibly Like, again, what's the limitation? And he kind of gave gave it away. Well, your comfort, and because you exist, you hurt other people. I don't. I I would actually say this. A lot of people are only progressive as long as it doesn't hurt them. I give you that. I give you that. Hence the conversation that we have. No, Rico. I said that I'm glad that we talked at this particular point, because at this particular point, you look like was having an aneurysm, dude. Just yeah. Let's go.
Something as simple as saying we need to have a better understanding of racial history. There are
As a matter
legislations
of fact,
all over the country right now.
As a matter of fact, hold on. That is something that I'm just gonna pull up. I'm gonna pull up. Give me a second. This is gonna be awesome. Yeah, let's actually do that right there. We're gonna actually where is it at? Yep, right here. We're gonna go right here, and that deserves a fucking pinned motherfucking comment. That comment right there deserves to be pinned. Where is it at? That is a pinned comment. If ever I would want to actually have one, that is a pinned comment. Thank you. Let's go.
Branches of government that are actively trying to restrict that. And they're not restricting it because we're black. They're not restricting it because we don't want these darkies to treat history. They say, well, black history is American history. What's the difference between either or? And then you have black people who articulate the claim of, you don't include black history in your curriculum in any way that's substantive. And because you do not do that in a way that's substantive, there is harm that not only engaged with the cultural institutions, but also engaged with the government institutions. We had a politician who...
Let's go back about 20 seconds. Let's put on that caption, and let's see what the fuck they say. All right, let's go.
What's the difference between either or? And then you have black people who articulate the claim of, you don't restrict any history. Never had to engage with how your existence hurts other people. And in real time, we are seeing, because of something as simple as saying, we need to have a better understanding of racial history. There are legislations all over the country right now, or branches of government that are actively trying to restrict that. And they're not restricting it because we're black. They're not restricting it because we don't want these darkies to treat history. They say, well, black history is American history. What's the difference between either or? And then you have black people who articulate the claim of, you don't include black history in your curriculum in any way that's substantive. And because
so if you say, hey, you know what, black history is American history, and we need to work to include that in all of our history, like, I don't get. I don't. Okay, let's go.
Because you do not do that in a way that's substantive, there is harm that not only engaged with the cultural institutions, but also engaged with the government institutions. We had a politician who does not know that white supremacy exists, and that white nationalists are just Americans.
That is a...
Joe Louis, you dumb fuck. Tuberville was lying. He was lying. He knows white supremacy exists. He thinks, oh no, like, he knows it. He was lying. He was lying. He was being dishonest, like you are here. What the fuck is your... Let's go.
A politician said.
Yeah, but that
governor.
Again,
sorry,
but none of that is immutable.
He wasn't a governor. He's a senator.
or unchangeable, or a limit that is inherent that can't be fixed. There's nothing inherent to anyone's understanding or ability to understand these things. No limits inherent or intrinsic limit to anyone's ability to understand these things. Like,
right. But if
anyone to any degree can understand these things.
Sure, but if you lived your whole life comfortable about living in your existence, and then somebody tells you that the minimum wage should be $15, you might lose your mind, because you're saying,
which is the case.
So are we going to people who are wealthy, or is it that they wait, what? You're telling me right now there are white people that don't understand that their wage needs to be at $15 an hour? See, this unironically exposes what these motherfuckers think. He is actually saying it. If you white, you live comfortably. That's bigoted. That's racist, dude. Again, these are the motherfuckers that forget about the poor people that live in motherfucking horrid ass neighborhoods, places where the Rust Belt has been rusted out, or places where it's just poor fucking towns in cities. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. And you know what, Rico? Here's the thing. I worked in customer service in a call center for 13 years. The reason why I can catch this bullshit is because I have to catch the bullshit. So I'm not shitting on you that much, dog. I literally had to go through the fire with that. But people like Joe Lewis knows that. They're used to just spitting out shit on a consistent basis and having their audience nod their head and agree with them. The fact that you're calling it back and you're saying like, no, I'm not distracted by this. I'm not distracted by this. Let's bring it back to here. Is actually a good thing, and I will give you credit for that, especially with a lot of these talks that you're having.
We discussed this before. There are plenty of people who like
comfort.
Who like where they're at, who the system worked for them. So as far as they're concerned, anyone trying to change it is either trying to give themselves a leg up at their expense or trying to break the system because they're just naive or stupid, or whatever the motivation may be. But that, again, none of this is like a limit or inherent or intrinsic or anything like that.
But these especially, man, these are limitations. And my point is, again, if you know these limitations exist, you have to make sure you're engaging with modes of knowledge that are speaking to the life and existence there. And a core of my argument, and a part of it that wasn't mentioned in the tweet, is that there's an over prioritization of death, trauma, and harm, when there should be a prioritization, at least in this current state, of life and existence. There are well-intentioned white leftists like Vosh who are against reparations.
Oh, he's called Voldemort.
There are well-intentioned leftists who will fight tooth and nail and be class reductionists, like Mike from PA. There are leftists and liberal well-intentioned folks who are vividly against things like CRT.
But again, which is the big point. It's a big point here. It's like that's the argument is they get it wrong. But what does that have to do with them being white? They can get it because there are black people who are against reparations. There are black people who are against CRT. There are black people who are against all those things.
But last time I checked, the entire Senate's white, save a handful of folks. Last time
It's just fucking going back to skin tone. That's all it is.
I checked, Congress is disproportionately white, save a handful of folks. Last time I checked, those who make up the very boards that draft school policy are majority white. Last time I checked, that we don't have the type of substantive representation where white people are allowed to get these things wrong. That does not exist.
Mind you, this is from the crowd that says voting doesn't actually help. And maybe I'm wrong with that. Maybe I'm wrong with that. I maybe I'm wrong with this. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, sure.
So because if I'm trying to appeal to my senators about Black life and about the protection of Black life, I'm appealing to an a predominantly white institution. Excuse me.
But there are many white people. There are many white people who support reparations, CRT, this, that, and the
categorically right. But again, why isn't reparations on the board as a matter of substantive policy? Why do we have to continue to research and create committees on researching reparations? Why hasn't there been a disaggregation?
Because rich people don't want it. I have that answer because rich people don't want it. I have that answer because motherfucking the US on things that have more beneficial to poor people versus rich people, it is almost as if we have an oligarch, not a representative democracy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Fuck. Oh my God. He is just as fucking dumb and dishonest. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He is just as dumb and dishonest. All right.
Of the census so that we can properly identify Black Americans. So
because
we know
for the same reasons, at the same time as there are people who support all those things, there are people who don't.
And they're white. Like, that's my point.
But there are Black people. There are Black people who feel the same.
They're not against the they are not the ones. When I'm appealing to Joe Biden for reparations, he's going to have to go back to Congress. And if Congress,
they're all white. Well, there are some Black people. Well, no, well, it's just the white people. Like, okay, fuck, this dude is stupid.
is against that, he has to be able to make the claim of what exists for Black people, what the life is for Black people, and why this is a good policy for redress. And instead of when the rubber hits the road of articulating the injustice claim for groups, politicians time and time again get it wrong. Not only on the lines of race of Black people, but trans people, the disabled.
People get this shit wrong all the time. But
we're in the same, we're in a legislation that's like the Democrat Party, as an example, says we care about trans people. So then why is Joe Biden creating guidelines that can categorically discriminate against trans people by virtue of them being trans? Why is it that in Democrat states right now there are limitations to their outing laws right now?
There are a lot of reasons.
Again, the scary part is that people like FD and Soul Bunny are actually worse. Yeah, fuck. Like, I get that the motherfucking system is fucked up. And, my whole thing is like, why don't we, vote for your socialist fucking dog catcher, your socialist committee people. Like, why don't we? And I'm gonna actually cover it because, like, I think, like, I saw a video that made a good fucking point recently from Boy the Fifth Column. It's you get these people that want violent revolutions, that want things to change like that, things that have happened over the course of decades and centuries to change like that, and it's just like, that's not how this works. All right, Icon. All right, we about to wrap it up anyway.
Reasons for all of this, and we do not have time to go in. We don't. It's not simply that. But even then, it's, as I've said.
So I get, and you know what? Here's the thing. If you're coming from a place, and this is here that human empathy works. If you're coming from the place to think that, The only reason why people don't change anything is because they're comfortable. Even though I know it's hurting me, I'm comfortable with it, and they're making out high on the hog. Like he's not exactly made the dots to connect. Oh, being white means being rich. No, he hasn't exactly made that dot. But when you think that because you're white, you get some kind of pass. Because you're a male, you get some kind of pass. Because you cis and straight, then you have life on easy mode. That's not how that works. Yes, dude, like your pain is valid. And again, this is going on that empathy. But people don't keep the system because they're living high off the hog. And yes, it's some of the comfortability. It's the comfortability of knowing I know how much this hurts me. If it changes, it may actually hurt more. That's where a lot of people are. That's why a lot of laws don't change. It's not that people are malicious, like, oh yeah, we're gonna keep black people and people of the LGBTQ community motherfucking tied down because haha, I get to be comfortable. No, they're scared too. Let's go.
For every white person you'll find, say, against reparations, you'll find some that are for it. For every white person you'll find for reparations, you'll find a black person against it. You know what I mean? It's just, these aren't necessarily inherent to their whiteness or blackness. It's just certain people's belief systems that they developed. It come from a lot of reasons. That, like, just as there are white people who buy into the system, there are black people that buy into the system, and completely.
It's the social position that exists with that.
Fuck with this social position bullshit. Oh my god. Okay.
Social position of being white in the United States, there is a guarantee of comfort. You are guaranteed to be comfortable.
See, he actually said it. He actually says it. He thinks because you're white, you're going to automatically be comfortable. He actually said it. No going around it. He thinks because you're white, that means you're going to be comfortable. That's it. That's where it fucking is. He thinks because you're white, you're going to be comfortable. Fuck.
But you're guaranteed that if you go outside, and the guarantee is a contradiction. I'm lying. What is the assumption?
It's like, is that his Pee Wee Herman word? Contradiction? Yeah. As long as social position, yeah. Like, fuck. All right, fuck.
There's contradictions that exist within that, and
there ain't no guarantees of nothing in this country.
Exactly. But do you think white people do you think that I'm not trying to make it seem like white people are walking around believing that I am guaranteed this thing, but you can make a general assumption that if you are white and you're just going out to, if you have a problem, right, and you need to go to a police officer, you have a relationship because of your social position that you can go to that officer and talk to him about that problem and you won't get killed.
No, that's not a guarantee. That's not a guarantee. Why do you think? Oh god.
I mean, you won't get arrested, and even if you were to, that arresting and that injustice, you can appeal to the institution towards that injustice if that were to happen. That's part of the existence.
But there are a lot of black people, myself included, who are part of that as well. Like, I've called the cops myself on numerous occasions, and I've had no issues with them whatsoever. They've been very helpful, and I am a fucking giant tatted up black dude. And no one. I've been pulled over on too many occasions. I've had too many issues with, again, all the fault of my own. But I've never had an issue with the police. So there's nothing inherent in our skin color that will determine how things is gonna go.
There's nuance in your existence, and there's nuance in your existence as being perceived as a black person. As example, right? Like, I'm 5'8", right? I'm 5'8". On a good week, I'm 230. I'm 235. On a bad week, I'm 250. I'm not perceived as a threat the same way as my one friend who is 7 foot tall, and jacked and is black.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
You still can be perceived as a threat. You still can be perceived as a threat. Oh my God. He has been making this whole point that, because he's black, he perceived as a threat. Now he said, well, because of this. Like, oh my God. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. That's what I'm getting hangry.
I'm not perceived as a threat, but he would be. There's a vulnerability that exists by him existing in a room. That vulnerability is nuanced and complicated because just by virtue of being black and walking somewhere where you're not supposed to, you might get the police called on you. That's a unique part of the black experience and existence that white people sometimes.
There was a kid. He looked like a kid. He was small and scrawny that rung on a fucking wrong doorbell and he got shot in the head. That was smaller than you dumb fuck. And he was perceived as a threat. How fucking dare you to try to use certain things as a fucking way to win an argument? Again, it's not about being right, it's about being convincing. This is a dirty, dumb fucking conversation. Because all Joe Lewis wants to do is sit back and say, well, social position and contradiction. Oh my God. It's a fucking dishonest. Like, fuck. Okay. All right, let's go.
Won't understand and are only in proximity to that. Unless you have sometimes black people in your family. And even then you have black people in their own family, like mine, who just did a culture of gaslighting. Like my family is predominantly white. And I'm saying predominantly white. My sister's Puerto Rican. Everyone else is Irish and German. And when I got pulled over and detained, my mom thought I did something wrong. And when I told her I fit a description for a traffic offense and I was detained at shotgun, she thought I was lying. And then, when the rubber hit the road.
Wait, could he be over exaggerating this? I'm not taking away from him, but could he be over exaggerating it? May he be over exaggerating it at shotgun? Maybe like, no, this is stupid. You're just trying to throw out points to win a fucking argument. At first, you just said that you didn't seem threatening. Now, because you fit a description, you are? The fuck out of here.
When I went to my court date, she thought I was just going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! She never believed that I was pulled over and detained until I slammed the ticket in front of her and I slammed like, you got to pay this. You thought I was lying from front to back. And then and what she said to me is that doesn't happen to people. That's what she said to me. That is a part of existence that's nuanced and complicated.
So is this just mommy issues? Is this just mommy issues? Fuck, this is just mommy issues. Oh my God, this is just mommy issues. You can't understand because mommy issues. Oh wow. I don't want to throw it away that bad, but okay, let's go.
And it's nuanced because black people, by virtue of their social position, have vulnerabilities. And you have to connect how those vulnerabilities relate to black life and existence. That's my point, man.
I get you. And in which case, it has been 2 hours, so I want to give the floor to the audience, give everybody a chance to ask a question. I want to give everybody. It's been 2 hours and 3 minutes. In other words, it's 12 right now. Yeah, we've been talking a while, brother.
Yeah. And listen, man, like I want to like this.
Yeah, no, I'm fucking hungry, and it's almost. What time? Damn, it's almost 12. Wow. Okay, let's give it a little bit of time. Okay, let's go.
Kind of preface something in that, like, life is complicated. Like, life is complicated. We don't have all the answers, but I do think that like one of the most important things is engaging in discourse and debate in such a way that just like people can just sit and just absorb and understand. So I think it's the best thing folks can do. You know?
Hey, I mean, that's why I run this show. I bring people on of all walks of life, everyone, this, that, and the third. I want everybody to come up here and let's hash this shit out. You know what I mean? That's what I'm about. And thank you for giving me the time of day to even discuss this, because you didn't have to, you know, and I wouldn't have faulted you if you didn't want to.
Yeah.
But so with that said, like I said, the floor is to the audience. If anyone has any questions, now is the time to ask. So let me respond to some messages here myself. But yeah, I'll wait for some questions to pop up.
Come on, let's let that go.
All right, there we go. Let's see. Here we go. From Vanny Wombat. Rico, you said you can't understand what you haven't experienced, and my question is, can you understand what it feels like? I didn't say you can't understand what you haven't experienced. In fact, I did. I said with regards to like wheelchair bound people, I can't understand what that's like because I haven't lost my ability to walk and move around and such. So it's like you, in that sense, you can't understand something you personally have not experienced. Like if I've been stabbed, someone who's never been stabbed is not going to know what that pain feels like. They can understand basically like the medical terminal understanding of it. Like this is what happens when you get stabbed. Like your skin breaks, muscles tear, blah 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 blah. But the feeling itself, if you've never been stabbed, you won't understand. Oh, she said you can understand what you haven't experienced. Yes, you can understand it. You can understand it from like an academic, clinical, or from an objective standpoint. But
I can also say that I will go a little bit further. You can understand what pain feels like. You may not understand, like, how nuanced do you get? Do you understand how it is to feel cut from like a cooking knife and you cut your hand, or can you understand a laceration from a actual, assault knife or some shit like that? You can understand. You can understand how it feels to have shit cut. What if you weren't cut by a knife? What if you were cut by a table saw or shit like that? Like, you can understand.
But there's a difference between understanding and like a mental sense versus like physical, of course. You know what I mean? Like that's I hope that answers your question. Like I can understand how hard it is and what's going on with wheelchair bound people, but I don't understand how it feels because I'm not that's never happened to me. I'm not disabled.
Yeah, I mean, and even like to kind of reinforce that, like I know what a period is. I know what a menstrual cycle is, but I don't know the intricate nuance of getting a giant blood clot out of nowhere that leads to cramps that lead you calling out of work.
I mean, like, LeBron James can know what bad cramps feel like. No. I will say this. The exact pain. No, but you can definitely understand how uncomfortable you can actually feel with even with guys, hormones raging, with guys with how it feels to uh, have to have abdominal cramps and abdominal pain. Like, this shit is like, it's not fucking comfortable. And even though I may not understand the exact pain that you feeling, but I know how abdominal pains and cramps, and I don't just mean like, oh, I did a crunch and like now it's like, no, like I'm having shit from like seriously being ill type shit. And it's not to lessen what somebody else may experience, but it's to understand how fucking pain works. Well, let's go.
I don't know what that is. I'm only in proximity to that. I don't know the understanding of just like wait, like when it comes to the menstrual cycle of, oh, I'm just bleeding. I'm just bleeding and I can't come into work and I can't do X or Y things. And I can read about that, like as somebody who has a family of a lot of girls and women, like I can understand why that's an uncomfortable feeling, but I'm never going to experience that directly. It's impossible. So my experience with that is only going to be through proximity. Uh-oh.
He froze. His brain reset.
Uh-oh.
He had to reset his brain from all the stupidity of the 2-hour conversation.
Something happened.
He had to reset his brain from the 2-hour conversation with this dumb fuck right here.
Oh, let me just DMs.
Oh god. Oh god, that's awesome.
You can. Oh wait, so then does that mean? There we go.
Ah, fuck me! I hate having Spectrum. Oh, I hate having Spectrum so much. Absolute fucking garbage. All right,
yeah, I can still see you now, but
yeah, I'm back. But fuck, man, Spectrum. Like, heads up, everybody. All these internet service providers suck, but Spectrum, the fucking worst.
That's interesting. That like even though you were the host, it was able to drop out and still maintain the live. I've never seen that before. That's
why I fucking love StreamYard, because I knew the stream would keep going.
Huh.
StreamYard, cool. The StreamYard is awesome. That's what it does. It just keeps going.
That's what's up. That I did not know.
Oh yeah. But other than that, so I didn't hear anything you were just saying, but the audience did, which is great. So that means Everybody heard you. It's yeah. That's good. Let's see if we have any other questions.
It's about to wrap up.
Does the mental sense you gain from experience bar entry from forming solutions to the problems? I would think no. If again, I don't. You don't have to be stabbed to understand how to treat a stab wound. You know what I mean? You can learn. You just knowing, just mentally knowing about a problem and how the problem works, functions, the context, nuance, this, that, and the third, is all you need to be able to come up with a solution to the problem. You don't have to physically experience the problem to understand the problem and know how to solve it.
Right, but then like I'd piggyback on that too to say that like I'll just use just since we're talking about the femoids, in New Jersey for a black mother.
Did he just say the femoids? Did he just say the femoids? Fuck, you can just tell he doesn't have a girlfriend.
They're 7 times more likely than their white counterparts to have some type of maternity-related complication. So if I'm a doctor who knows that this exists, I need to take black women who enter into my profession seriously. So if a woman has a child, if a black woman has a child, and they come back saying something doesn't feel right about me, that should be met with attention and care. And time again, we see that that's not the case. And while in New Jersey,
I caught this one. Let me give you my solution. Let him finish. Let him finish.
it's a very special circumstance, but this is not a unique experience for black women in the United States. An Olympic athlete just died in childbirth a couple of weeks ago. We almost lost Serena Williams. Like, this is a universal experience. And why is that? It is people within institutions not validating their pain when they are engaging with their life. And that's an important thing. It's important knowing that exists. And when somebody comes to you as a member of that group with that issue, if you know the lineage of that, you have to take it seriously.
History. Just say history. So here's my thing. I'm going to actually be very, like, maybe this is just me. Maybe if we should treat all women with the same fucking care and cautiousness, not just extra care for black women, because having a baby is a fucking life-threatening thing in the USA, not just for black women, but for white women, for Hispanic women. Like, maybe we should just treat people who are pregnant with a amount of care to say, like, every fucking ache and every fucking pain and every this feels weird. Maybe we should actually treat those people with, like, oh shit, this can be an emergency, because it can be. I don't know. Maybe I'm going too far in the wrong direction to think, like, yeah, we shouldn't dismiss anybody's motherfucking uncomfortability when they're carrying another person. Yeah, no, maybe not. No. But let's go.
To go. See any other questions?
Is my question in here?
Let's see. No, that's not the question. Does anybody else? Because I will wrap up in 3 minutes.
Yeah, and look, like, it's not about like
the leftist. What happened to Serena? Is that a question?
Hold on, let me see something. I wonder. Can I get to? I mean, like, I wonder if I can get Joe Louis to talk, or would he be like,
"Come to Jersey City." That's all I got to say.
I love that G-Man soundboard. All right, let's go. My fault.
I don't know who Serena is.
Oh, Serena almost died in childbirth. Oh, Serena Williams.
Serena Williams. Good to go. Good to go.
Yeah, one of the
was,
greatest athletes of all time almost died from maternity complications. Like that.
Good to go.
America.
I mean, like that pushes my point more than anything, but
Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how, like, again, like, it doesn't matter how rich you are. Like, there are certain things. There's certain things connected.
On that note, I want to.
that would just be because childbirth. Like that's still a dangerous activity. Oh my god, fuck. Okay.
You know what? I will go ahead and wrap up here. I'll talk to you on a little bit before I go to give them a heads up on the next show's coming.
Mhm.
But thank you for coming, brother. It was a pleasure talking to you.
All right, so it's over. It's finally over. I survived with more brain cells than I thought I would. Purple, peanut butter, yellow. What tastes like copper? Yeah, this was a treat. This was a treat. And what I'm gonna do is take part one and put part two. I'm gonna just take both of them and actually put them together. Thank you guys for suffering through me. Thank you for everybody who supported the stream. If you haven't done so, like, share, and subscribe, and all that other good shit. I am envious, not jealous, but envious of the type of talent and not type of talent, but the type of caliber of people that Rico has been coming to speak with. Like, I wish I had employment where I can actually have a little bit more free time. I wish I can actually work from home again. But still, definitely, he's scheduling it. He's putting it together what he needs to do. Let's see. I know for a while his channel was at a certain amount. Now it looks as if Social Blade. If I can bring up Social Blade. Let's see. Yeah, no, it's been actually growing at a very consistent rate recently, and like this is fucking awesome. Let's go back to him. It's fucking awesome. In the last 30 days, 140 new subscribers, and that shit is just going up and up and up and up and up. And you know what? Like, it's fucking awesome to see somebody the rise in the channel, and it's just like awesome. So yeah, no, like, great dog. And like I said, and I know you were in the chat earlier. I don't know if you're still there, but like, just the as far as critiques go, I would say, like, to me, it's you're cordial, but I'm a ornery old bastard, so that may not be a real critique, which you can take much from. But no, it was a great conversation, and I really liked the way you kept bringing it back. I really enjoyed the way you kept bringing it back to the conversation to focus on it, and like you was a dog with a bone. I fucking I appreciate that. Me, I would have eviscerated the shit out of him, and I would have called him on a lot of his bullshit. But that's just me. And dude, like, keep it up. I've been watching other talks that you had. A lot. Some of them weren't as contentious as this. I know I'm gonna watch the. I may not do it on stream, but I know I'm gonna watch the conversation with counterpoints. I heard that was interesting. But yeah, no. Great on keeping the composure. I wish you would have got super chats for that to at least buy that half a pack of cigarettes that you went through that whole conversation. But yeah, no. And yeah, as far as Joe Lewis, I would love to have a conversation with him. It wouldn't be as cordial as that was. As far as everything else, guys, yeah, like, share, subscribe. Um, yeah, if you haven't subscribed to Rico's channel, go ahead and subscribe to his channel. And I am out. Okay, we're going to just cut that segment here. And of course, we're going to end it as we always do at this particular time. Thank you for watching this video. And the next one should be popping up on your screen. Subscribe. And if you haven't checked it out and want to help out the channel, check out my Patreon. Thanks.